All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Please, can you hear me? Um, Glad to be here. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. So, TikTok has changed some things, so it takes a while, but we'll get used to it. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you, Greater Me, for thanking me for not wearing white. Thank you. All right. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely, lovely Tuesday evening. And we shall be having some interesting conversations. We're going to have a great time today, as always. Good evening. Aganradi. There are people who they dig deep to find names. I think you're one of such people. That's an interesting name. And interestingly, you already have your profile picture is also Aganradi. Good to have you join us. Thank you very much. All right. Before we get on, like we always do, I'm going to have to appreciate, I have to because it's important, everyone who has helped to get us to 46.7k likes on TikTok. Thank you. So here I see T Dan, and T Dan, thank you for the hearts me as well. So there's T Dan, there's Ogbeni Agbe, Remy Guy, Mr. Remy, Koboko, everybody. I'm scrolling up to find more names. Of 47.2k likes right now. This is something really beautiful, and I want to really appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Consider preventers. Ẹkáàbọ. I shall address Oriemi Hamzat. So I heard some things, but I've only heard from one side. But maybe while we're talking, I'll get the other information. But we'll see. But let's begin. First, Koboko, thank you very much for joining us. Happy 71. Everyone who has liked the live, thank you very much for your support. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We need all the help we can get. We're on 47.8k likes right now, which is really beautiful, but we can go even higher. So please power tap. Let's share the live. Let's push the live to the FYP together. And if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon right here and join the team. Okay, click on it, join the team. Drop a heart me. Let's drop gifts. Let's push the live to the FYP together. Others, I'll speak on that. All right, so yeah, folks on YouTube, thank you very much for joining us today. Please like the live wherever you are and subscribe as well. Share with your folks so that we can have other people, get to be part of today's session. If you're on TikTok, again, please drop a heart me. Also subscribe so that way we can continue to push the live together. All right. Our folks on Facebook, we're glad you're here. Thank you very much. Please like and share. And if you're on Twitter, please like and repost. Okay. So I'm seeing something in the comment section. Maybe we'll start with that before we get into the conversation. Ade says, Sheyi said we have lost 200 Amotekun. That is serious, Prof. I think somewhere in the conversation in your state, I think everything became, very political. Very political. And I'm very careful the way I talk about our own issues. I mean, we have issues, clearly. But, 200 Amotekun dying is nothing, to be happy about or to celebrate. It's terrible. It's dangerous. It's terrible news, right? But it's difficult for me to actually think about that news without considering the political angle that has crept into the conversation, especially from the Oyo State, perspective. And like I said yesterday, I was trying to make excuses for him, and I think it's fair that being on the hot seat makes sense that he will find a way to explain certain things. But I don't know if this whole thing is actually the right way to go about it. I don't know. But regardless, I mean, the important thing is key. Káwọn tán kó kán gbà wọ́n lẹ̀. We are hoping that the government will do the right thing, both the state government and the federal government, particularly the federal government, because of course, and Governor Seyi Makinde is right in the sense that at the end of the day, although he's the chief security officer of the state, the security architecture of Nigeria is largely federal, right? I mean, if you really want to talk about it, especially when it has to do with this kind of situation, so he has a point. I just think the way they are talking now is becoming more political than even. It's not even about the issue anymore. It's about. I'm just hearing figures. We don't know for sure, but regardless, I mean, those people. I hope the families are also taken care of. I hope the state governments across the Southwest have plans for families of our security agents. You know, whatever out. All right. So today we're discussing Pastor Adeboye. Guys, I'm sorry. You have to look at TikTok comment section to know why I just laughed. Emeka wants to sue Larry Olayinka. Why does he want to sue Larry Olayinka? In case you don't know why the comment section is not allowing me to even get into the topic. You guys have different new stuff. No, maybe we should start with Emeka, in case people are just joining and wondering what that's about. Ombo, jump play for me. You're alone, Jan. I think what's happening what's happening in NDC, I think it's just a joke, like a very funny joke. So in case you don't know the background, let me just give you a very quick rundown. So what happened was Emeka Ike had let me just play it for you guys. And I'll tell you why he's suing the Olayinka. Give me a second. Let me play it for you guys. Your tap for Juba by Maso. It's better for you to hear it from the horse's mouth. And your politics will show people pepper. May God help all of us. In case you're interested, don't let this discourage you. It's just that, surely it's one thing. I mean, we're all on social media. We have conversations about Nigerian politics, but I'm very careful with just pontificating and talking as though you live in one, what's the word now? This utopian idea of what the ideal should look like, right? And then you just say things until you get the chance to then, come and show us how it's done. Then you discover that it's not exactly the way you think it is. And I was saying yesterday, see what happened to NDC in Abuja, where there's so many things that just come to my head. Where Aisha Yusufu, she was on TV, and she actually threw some serious jabs at Wike, saying he's just an appointee, that she has no reason to even consult or work with that kind of person. Oh, there's no reason for you to work with him. He's just an appointee. The person that got the tickets for the Senate seats that Aisha Yusuf was trying to get? She's a woman who's not on social media. But she has grassroots support. I'm glad we're on social media, but as we are on social media, if you want to get into politics, let social media help you get grassroots support. It's not, and I say that not to say that social media is not necessary, because of course I use social media every day. However, at the end of the day, there are many of you here right now who are not even in Nigeria. And even if you're in Nigeria, you may not be in my senatorial district or in the House of Representative constituency that if I want to represent one, or Senate district, or my state wants to become a governor or whatever. So what that means basically is that you may be supporting me, but you're in different parts of the world, right? And I may have millions and millions of likes and retweets and all those things on social media, When it comes to the actual thing, many of you will not be in that constituency. So what you will do is to help reach out to people in that constituency to be able to work with me. That's actually how it is. Not to say things like, there was a poll on Twitter, and I had 75%. Okay, people will understand, yeah. Anyway, let's start with the stuff that the gentleman mentioned, Emeka Eke. Today we have a number of things to touch, and then we'll eventually get to Adeboye's speech, which I think is very, 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 very important, especially considering all the controversies about his person and his involvement with the government. Most of it, of course, is false, but people don't really care. But we do care, and we're going to set the record straight. So let's begin with this clip of Emeka Eke in Abuja, have this conversation. Mr. Remy said, I'm unfollowing. Don't unfollow me. I'm sure you get the point. It's not about, the people in diaspora, the people in other parts of Nigeria who are on social media have to help the person on social media by reaching out to folks in the grassroots or by supporting. See, it's better to support with money from social media, and you take that money to be able to build something concrete for the grassroots than just be shouting, I have 75% on Twitter. It makes no sense. If I say, guys, I want to do, let's say senator, I want to, go on a Senate road or House of Representatives or whatever, I say, but beyond that, I'm trying to do something for the grassroots. I'd like you to support me. And you guys drop money and you say, okay, go and do this. And I go there, and you are seeing every local government in senatorial district or every street has a project. If it's not borehole, it's maybe you're fixing their roads or you're giving scholarships or something. That's what would that make those people work with you. Not just with shouting, I have 75%. How do people even think that thing makes sense? We've done polls. When they talk about polls in Nigerian politics, I laugh. That was one I saw last week. I said they did this kiniko in Nigeria, in the southwest. This is what the people are saying. When people let you conduct Nigeria, then say poll, kiniko 35%. I was like, have we learned nothing? When people say, now statistics will go chop, and that kind of statistics that they talk. It's not that statistics are wrong, go. It's just that most of us, we just perch on this. I don't want to use something negative. Like you hang your heads in the clouds and assume that whatever we're discussing in this clouds is actually how the world works. Everybody will understand. Anyway, take a listen to this one. It's from Emeka Eke in ADC Secretariat Abuja. Please take a listen.
This is where we are. This is where we are. As it is, we just came to INEC at area 10. Excuse me, sir. At area 10, and we saw a vehicle carrying those officials of NDC very shamefully. They take at the corner. That's behind. I videoed it and I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it. INEC. We have never trusted you, and these people are found at your premises.
What are they doing here?
Joash, Amupita, Joash, Oga, what are they in your premises?
Can you give me one?
What were they doing?
Can you listen to me? When you come to this
They are doing what?
These are.
You said they are doing what, sir?
Listen.
The people in the car.
Can you listen to me?
I'm listening to you.
Are you not seeing crowd there?
The people we are concerned about is not the crowd. It's those people that were in that vehicle.
Do you want to know what is going on?
Hey, you are asking me of the crowd. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to ask them. I'm asking of those people that are supposed to be.
CDR going on here. This is CDR, continuous voters registration.
So is that so they came to get their voters card? Those people.
They are registering.
Those people that left here.
Ask questions.
Those people. They register. The secretary is doing registration.
CDR.
The people that left, the NDC staff, they are doing registration. Okay, according to INEC, they say the NDC, guys, no wrong. Sue me to court If it's a wrong information, I have evidence of the people. Sue me to court. Sue me to court. My name is Traji. Sue me. I don't need to interview them. They might be here. For, it's not, if it's a wrong information, INEC is an institution. Sue me to court. I saw those people at the premises, and we are putting it out there. Your face is also here, captured. Yes, so that you are the old there, fool. You are the idiot that want to remove from Nigeria.
I'm coming. Put down your phone.
Why, sir?
Because I want to talk to you. Because I don't think violence will bring an issue. My name is Kabiru. I'm the electoral officer. I'm back.
Okay.
You are here, there's an issue. What you should have done is look for INEC personnel. Because you saw those people here, that doesn't mean we don't conduct elections here. The only thing that INEC do is to go and monitor. Do you understand? We don't monitor election here. So even if you see somebody coming here, maybe he's here for his own reasons. There's no big deal.
But
so
they were running. They were running. If he wasn't a criminal intention, they will not be running.
That is your own personal party issue. We don't conduct elections.
But no problem.
I have directed them. Go there. There's a place where you go and lay your complaint.
Okay. Where are they?
They went off.
Somebody says, what is it about? I will explain. No, I will explain in other people's words so here's the funny thing, right? Maybe this person does not want to criticize his party, and so the easy way out is to look for someone else to blame and say it has to be INEC. So when I saw this video, I was wondering, does INEC have to be part of political parties' primary elections? Under Section 84, subsection 1 of the Electoral Act, political parties must hold primaries to nominate their candidates, and INEC must monitor these exercises, just like that gentleman said in the video. So INEC was there to monitor. INEC is not conducting election. This is not national election. INEC does not conduct primary election. If you have issues with your elections, definitely it cannot be INEC's issue. So what you see here is a person who is very loud, who has a camera, but doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, something has happened. I mean, we'll talk about what happened, though. I just want to first talk about this whole thing about INEC. And I think people just want to attack anything that has to do with the federal government, or has to do with the country, or has to do with the government, or has to do with any statutory body, or any federal agency, or whatever, any government agency, right? If you are having your party primaries and you guys have hanky-panky, you are cheating yourselves. Talk about it within yourselves. Don't say you saw some people running, and see what he said. He said they must have been trying to do something criminal. If it was not criminal, they would not be running. What are you talking about? Practice that is a 100-meter dash. The point is INEC running, therefore they are the ones who are carrying the vote. INEC doesn't even conduct primary elections. Why would INEC conduct primary election for your party? Are you incapable of doing the basic things? The most basic things? So if you try to become something and then you lost out of it, it has to be because INEC hates you. You see the people that are saying that they want better Nigeria. Again, this is what Aristotle was talking about. Democracy in a very, very in a space where you have a lot of uneducated people is a dangerous thing, to be honest, because at best, what you have is just majority of the people being daft and just voting nonsense. At the worst, what you're going to have is people who don't know anything that will be telling you exactly how things should run based on nothing. In other words, this is what I'm thinking. When we're having elections, we should not have any INEC official around, because they are going to be rigging the election, even though they're not the ones conducting the election. So, federal government needs to invest more in voter education. As a matter of fact, in education generally, for the most part, we're not very educated in this country. I mean, not all of us, to be fair. So there are three things here. Number one is education generally, right? Number two is political education. Number three is voters education. You see, if you went to school, at least if you don't know political education, if you don't have political education or voter education, you would have learned something. You would have learned to know what you don't know. One of the beautiful things about being educated, really, in my opinion, is the ability to recognize the things you do not know. That would then drive you to find those things you don't know so that you can know them. But if you're not educated, even if they give you one party, you should be talking nonsense. So to start with, that thing had not neck. INEC did not conduct primaries for these people who are angry. And I think it's just preposterous that rather than, suck it up or deal with the internal party issue, they're going to be blaming INEC for this. So if you heard from the beginning, that was Emeka Ike talking about how some things happen. Let me just read to you. Let me read Larry Olayinka's stuff. So we got into all this because somebody typed in the comment section that Emeka Ike is threatening to sue Larry Olayinka. Larry Olayinka, by the way, is a spokesperson for the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Ekwale Jakesman, good to see you. So this is what Larry Olayinka said. He says Emeka Ike was a registered voter in Imo State. He only transferred his INEC registration to the FCT on May 15, 2026, 15 days ago. And he wants to contest for House of Reps in Abuja. Someone who has never voted in the FCTO, what happened to his Imo State? These obedient people. That was what he typed. Now, he put out some pictures. It looks like it's from the admin portal of INEC itself. And so he brings up the question, that where did Larry Olayinka get these pictures? Okay, so I think that's what the issue is, to be honest. But before we talk about where he got the pictures and what other people are saying about that particular action, here's the thing. So how on earth do you... I'm sorry, this is funny. So you're a registered member of a party in your state, right? And then you move your membership or whatever to another part of the country to contest there 15 days before the primary election, even when you don't know anything about that place. And you think you are going to win because you are who? And we're going to talk about how he got it later, but let's assume that he got it the right way. Is that how they do politics? That's one question. Is that how easy it is? See, this is why all these idealistic talks on social media will not bring anything in real life, because how? Meanwhile, you don't know the people you want to represent though. This is what I say about all this thing about I have a right to contest. If the reason you are running, if the sole reason you are running all across this country, whatever state you go to, which is what the other person was doing in Lagos, I have a right. I have a right. Nobody cares about your rights. There's this saying: people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. You don't care about the people. You don't even know the people, let alone know their needs. But you want to represent them because you have a right. So in other words, it's about you and your ambition. It has nothing to do with the people because you don't even know what they need. You don't know where the shoe pinches. You don't know anything about what they're going through. You don't know the peculiarity of their environment. You don't know. Listen, living in Abuja is different from living in Abuja, to even tell you the truth. I mean, there are places in Abuja you live in, you will be asking if it's Abuja. There's some places you live in Abuja, you're like, okay, this is Abuja. And let me give you an example. You can't live in, say, okay, let me use Metama as an example, or even Asokoro. You can't live in such areas, right? I mean, it's Abuja, to be clear. But you have to even interface with people living in what used to be called, like, the extensions, right? Like Pape and so on and so forth, to be able to understand what is going on there. In other words, Yes, you can know what's happening in Guzape or in Metama or in Aksokoro, but you also want to ask questions from the folks in AYA, the folks that on a normal day, one day you have different experiences of Abuja. So you want to know. You want to that you are living there. Oh. This one you don't have, every area I just mentioned now. These people that want to become senator, they don't know. They don't even know the bus stops. The point is, running for election cannot be solely about your rights as an individual to run. That's not how things should be. I mean, if you're talking about how it should be at these situations, that's one. You can't just go and say, okay, because I'm a citizen. You've never lived amongst us, you don't know us, but you have to represent us. Makes no sense. Abuja is one place you get to where you see opulence on one hand. I'm telling the truth. Almost like a fence divides this beautiful estate from a slum. And I can give you several examples in different parts of Abuja. But we're not discussing Abuja geography here today. But the point I'm trying to make is that regardless of where you live, you want to actually interface with the people so you know exactly what they need and how you're going to help them. So when you get to the Parliament, the Senate, National Assembly, or you go to the Senate, or you go to the House of Representatives, you will know what to advocate for. You know what to actually push as a bill. You know what you actually get for them because you're supposed to be representing them. Not that I am here, I have a right. Who cares? So that's my own issue first. The fact that you're moving 15 days later, you want to become a representative, which is the nonsense they're doing in Lagos, which is why we don't want anybody who is not Yoruba to represent us. And if you like, you can cry from now till eternity. That's your talent. It was Ebenezer Obey who sang the song. So that's your talent, cry. Nobody who doesn't believe in our space, who doesn't care about us, who doesn't know our needs, who cannot even speak our language or even think the way we do, has any rights to represent us. Everybody say amen. Amen. So I say for you. So the point is, people have to learn that politics is not about your rights to contest alone. It's primarily about the interests of the people. And how do you represent the people you don't know? That's on one side. Now, on the other hand, how did Leo Layenka access the back end of INEC portal? Bumblebee, I was just singing now. I was just singing Ebenezer Obey. Mashebo talenti re mole arakunrin. Olúwa yóò béèrè lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ohun tó fi ṣe. Àwọn kan ní talent ẹkún bí egbére ni. Wọ́n máa sún lọ náà ni. Wọ́n máa lọ kí ni Barrister sọ ní kó máa lọ bí wọ́n máa lọ bent wọn ni. All right, having said that, the second question is now, how did Mr. Larry Olayinka access the back end of INEC's portal? Because to be honest, these things look very real. I mean, literally, URL one best, so you can tell the address is right there. INEC Nigeria, cvradmin.inec. In fact, even it's actually written there. Literally, it's. Let me just tell you the URL. Not everything. Just what gives you an idea that this is definitely the back end. cvradmin.inecnigeria.org/applications_manager/view application/cb whatever. Excuse me. So this tells you that clearly this is the back end. And then the other one is also the back end. So let me tell you what is there. It's quite interesting. So INEC FCT office application created Friday, May 15, 2026 at 2 p.m. Application last updated Friday, May 15, 2026 at 2:09 p.m. So that's the stuff. Meanwhile, the person had registered in Imo State. So what we experienced in Lagos last election was that people who registered for INEC card, for voters card, moved their kidney into Lagos. Ah dear. Sound. Yeah, they moved their cards into Lagos to come and demand good governance so that they can vote. So what happened then is similar to what's happening now. What's happening now is a person moving his, not voter's card now, but his membership into another part of town, another part of the country, and trying to become something there. But here's the question: is it right what has happened that a citizen, is this part of FOI, Freedom of Information Bill? Is this part of it? Is it okay for people to be able to access such things, or is there something criminal as far as that is concerned? That's the question. And somebody spoke on it. Dr. Ruben Abati actually called on the DSS to investigate how Mr. Larry Olayinka gained access to the INEC portal back end. I don't think he gained access, but probably somebody took a picture of it and then shared it, which is something also happens in government agencies. You don't even have to gain access. Somebody, people can do that. They did it when Tinubu just became president. Well, you also have some people sabotaging federal government's efforts, But anyway, I want you to take a listen to Ruben Abati, because I want to listen to the other side as well. But I still stand by my position that stand by my position, or by what I said. Oyinbo is something. I stand by what I said, that you can't move from one place to another trying to become the representative when you don't know that place or their people. But here is Dr. Ruben Abati speaking on Arise News on this matter of how Larry Olayinka allegedly gained access to INEC's portal back end. Please take a listen to this.
Shocking story. Deserves answers, and it needs them right now. This was a shocking story, Dr. Abati. Your thoughts?
I think all the people who have expressed concern, their concerns are valid as expressed. To the extent that this is called severeadmin.inec.org, and we're told that it is a restricted portal, open only to public website, like say the IREF portal, where you can go and check details about what is included by INEC. So if this is a restricted, confidential, back end, then of course it means that the secret database of INEC is open to the public, to unauthorized persons. Because what is the name of the boy again? Larry Olayinka.
The man. Larry, okay.
Whatever. Larry Olayinka. He's not an INEC official, to the best of our knowledge. We do not think that, being a PA, to the FCT minister, gives him the authority to be able to egress in and out of INEC secret database. So for that reason, I think those who are calling for an investigation, they are very right. And we ought to know the outcome of that investigation. And if that secret database of INEC is now open, it should be open to all of us. What? So that if we want, some people cannot have privilege.
So we should all rig elections.
No.
What are we
if they want to make it public, they can make it public. Otherwise, it will be a breach also of privacy of the persons involved, and it will even be an offense under the Cybercrime Act. We have a law, Nigeria Data Protection Law. We have the Cybercrime Act. People cannot gain privileged access to what is supposed to be the back end of INEC. It means INEC's back end is open to everybody. So we call for the investigation, we call for clarification. Larry Olayinka himself should explain how he came about this. And, the earlier the better, so that the public doesn't run away with.
Without a doubt.
There was a conversation, there was an issue a while back, I think it was between Wiki and someone else. And I guess that's probably boy Babu. Mr. Larry is not the boy again. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now, I'm going to find you what Emeka actually said before I read what I actually have it here, but I would love for you to listen to it rather than just okay, good. So I'm going to play you what Emeka said, and then I will play what the INEC what they said in response to all of these things going on. So let's have Emeka first. Someone says expect backlash with that boy statement by Abati. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think that was a serious jab, and it was intentional. Even called him a PA. I'm sure they will settle that between themselves. But let's take a listen to Emeka reacting to this whole thing. Please take a listen.
Morning. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, fantastic. We can hear you. We have just 5 minutes, so let's pack it together. As you land on your thoughts, how did Larry Olayinka get details of your registration on INEC portal CVR?
It's quite shocking and an extreme. I mean, it's the height of political rascality for a government officer to access a citizen's information from the INEC cyber. It tells you a lot. It shows how much impunity we have flying around there, and people have access to the things that they shouldn't be having access to. And that's quite deplorable. And I see that as a huge insult and slap on every political party and every Nigerian. That he's telling every Nigerian, look, whoever you are, I can pull your information from anywhere and I can do what I want. And that rascality needs to be stopped, needs to be checked.
Are you going to take any action?
Actions are ready. I'm ready to take him on. He has no right to expose my privacy. He has no right to insult Nigerians the way he did. If he's been doing it in the past, this should be the last time he does it. He will never do it again.
So Mr. Ike, why Abuja? Why not your home state?
Yeah, I actually wanted to run in my state, but a couple of people came to me. It was like a clarion call. People came to me and told me, sir, you need to do this now. We need you in Abuja. I'm like, no, I'm already trying to run for my state. But they insisted and the surge was high. And I considered it, seeing the relevant issues they brought on board, the things they talked about. And I said, okay, fine. Let's see how we can build Abuja, the municipal area. And municipal area needs to be properly guarded and properly looked into. So I decided to shift to Abuja.
So is it true that it was, 15 days before that you applied for that change?
I wouldn't know the number of days. Maybe Mr. Leary will tell us from his record. You know, he seems to be the umpire right here. Mr. Leary should...
I see what you did there. But, these are the questions that people have raised to hopefully get answers from you. Well, let's talk about the NDC primaries. What exactly played out? You were visibly angry. You stormed the INEC office and said, this is not going to happen. First off, do you envisage that someone is trying to pull the carpet from under you? And do you maybe think that you'll be saved by the NEC meeting, which will hold tomorrow?
Number one, my incursion into politics did not just come out of my desire to be a leader or whatever, but I think my coming into politics because I want to actually know what's going on in politics. It's not just about any particular party or whatever. We want to know as Nigerians why would things never change. Ruben Abati has been saying a lot. I mean, my friend Rufai, every one of you out there on Arise and Channels TV have been seeing everything, but there seems never to come a change. A change like it's never going to be eminent. So I told myself, instead of being a social commentator, and I have to see how I play my role in time. I have built successful careers as an actor, a school administrator, life coach, entrepreneur. I have gained valuable experiences in leadership. I mean, people management, job creation, problem solving, and all that. So today, good morning.
I mean, when he talks about gaining experience, people management, creating jobs, entrepreneurship, and so on and so forth, of course, you can't, controvert that. I mean, he is what he is, and I'm happy for him. But two people came and said, there's a clarion call. Are you doing NYSC? You to be the clarion call. Let us lift our nation. Only one was him, not calling Sha. Under the sun or in the rain, yeah. They came to do clarion call for his comes to Abuja. We're just joking in this country. So people came to do clarion call. He now left. 15 days to the election. That's why he now came. Wonderful. I was just laughing because I was like, Lamba, you are Poju. Like, I mean, Sheku, like, give us a little today, under, just Lambaing us anyhow. So that was Mr. Emeka Ike. Thank you very much for the roses, Mr. Kende. That was Emeka Ike talking about how they came with the clarion call, the Macedonian call, to get him to work for the municipal area of Abuja that needs to be guarded. Are you Amotekun? Sorry. Are you forest guard? Because Amotekun works in the southwest. Which one is Abuja needs to be guarded? Is that the work of Senator? Jesus. So, there are many things I could say. I'm just... What does it take to be a political leader in Nigeria? Just say anything you like, Abi. Abuja municipal area needs to be guarded. And for that purpose, we need a senator. Rather go and look for me guard, because I don't understand. I don't get it. Someone says, why can't he represent his people in Imo State? Because that place does not need to be guarded. That's why. What are you talking about? If that place does not need to be guarded, they need to guard Abuja because he received a clarion call. 15 days to the primaries. 15 days to the primaries. That municipal, if we take you around Amak, if we take you around the places that form Amak, it's your own mono. Would you be able to actually tell where? That's the thing. I don't think people really get this thing in Nigerian politics, so especially people from the southeast, because they just go everywhere shouting, "I have a right. I can do it because constitution." Anyway, they are giving him the clarion call, and I guess those ones said no clarion call today. But while they're saying all this about, Mr. Olayinka accessing what some people consider to be the back end of, the INEC portal, the Independent National Electoral Commission has released a press statement. And this is what they said. Alleged misuse of authorized access credentials and authorized disclosure of information from the Commission's Continuous Voter Registration CVR database. The attention of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has been drawn to allegations currently circulating on social media and in some sections of the media regarding the alleged unauthorized access to the Commission's Continuous Voter Registration database and the subsequent publication of information on a candidate in the recent primaries of a political party in the Federal Capital Territory. The Commission takes this allegation seriously and has immediately commenced a thorough investigation to establish the facts surrounding the incident. As part of the ongoing continuous voter registration CVR exercise nationwide, authorized INEC registration officers were granted controlled access to specific components of the CVR system to enable them register new applicants, process requests for transfer of registration, and update voter records when necessary. Such access is restricted to official duties only and is withdrawn at the conclusion of the exercise. The audit trail from the preliminary investigation has enabled the Commission to identify the user accounts through which the information was accessed. Accordingly, relevant personnel have been questioned and all units connected with the incident are cooperating fully with the investigation. The Commission is also examining all technical, administrative and operational factors associated with the matter in order to establish individual responsibility and determine the circumstances surrounding the use of those credentials and identify any breach of internal access control protocols before taking appropriate action against anyone involved. Preliminary findings from the Commission's audit trail so far, however, indicate that there was no external breach of the CVR database. I was right, apparently. But let's keep reading. Preliminary findings from the Commission's audit trail so far, however, indicate that there was no external breach of the CVR database, no hacking incident, and no unauthorized external access to the Commission's ICT infrastructure. Rather, the information in question was accessed through valid user credentials assigned to personnel participating in the ongoing CVR exercise, but released without authority. The incident under investigation relates to the retrieval of a specific voter record and does not indicate any compromise of the Commission's broader voter registration infrastructure or the personal data of over 90 million registered voters. The Commission wishes to state categorically that it takes the security, confidentiality, and integrity of voter data with the utmost seriousness and remains committed to transparency, institutional integrity, and the protection of voters' personal information. Furthermore, the Department of State Services, DSS, on its own accord, has commenced an independent investigation into the matter. The Commission will continue to cooperate fully with all relevant security agencies and will not hesitate to refer any person found culpable for appropriate legal action. Members of the public and the media are therefore urged to disregard unfounded speculations while investigations remain ongoing. The Commission will continue to keep the public informed of its final findings and any measures taken in response to the incident in due course. That's from Mohammed Kudu Aruna, National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee. And that was earlier today. I was right. There was somebody inside that took that picture and sent it. I know how politicians do things. You know, it's not that they send the credentials, somebody from outside, they can now access it, you know, now there was now a hacking, breach. I mean, I knew, because that kind of thing has to be an inside stuff. Like, someone just feels like, what kind of nonsense is this? I'm going to take a screenshot and send it out, which is wrong, by the way. It's wrong. Excuse me, please. 1 second. All right, it's wrong, right? However, I think the real issue is actually internal, and it's what people do in government agencies, and it's wrong, just to be clear. But it didn't look to me like something that, you know, Lady Olayenka was hacking into whatever. Clearly, it was something, it was an inside thing. But like I said, regardless, you can't be moving 15 days and expecting to represent anybody. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I mean, Nigeria work. All these lovers of Nigeria, which is well. Anyway, before we move on to other things, someone mentioned Sheyi Makinde earlier, and I thought I should just read something that he posted a while back. No, not that he posted, he said actually, and then some accounts, you know, took hold of it. He says, "On your school children kidnapped, I cannot do anything about insecurity until I'm elected the president in 2027. So some people were talking about this and why it's right or wrong. And I said it earlier, just to, excuse me, what's the word now? Just to finish that particular topic and then move on to other things. 1 second. Number one. So what I'll do, because we have a number of things to talk about, we'll just say a few things, and I'll bring some people up, then we'll go on to other things. That's how we're going to run to this, you know, session. All right, so this is what the governor said. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has lamented his inability to I'll take that slowly. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has lamented his inability to fully tackle the growing wave of kidnappings and abductions in the state, saying governors lack constitutional control over security agencies despite being referred to as chief security officers. Speaking in Ibadan on Saturday, while accepting the presidential nomination of the African People's Movement, APM, Makinde said the continued captivity of abducted school children and residents in Oyo remains painful. Quote, today, as governor of Oyo State, I carry the burden of being called the chief security officer of the state, yet lacking constitutional control over the security agencies required to fully address this threat. Makinde argued that governors should not be blamed for insecurity when they do not control the agencies responsible for tackling it. No governor should bear responsibility without having the authority necessary to act, he stated. The governor promised to reform Nigeria's security structure if elected president, insisting that states must have greater powers to respond to security threats. As President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by the grace of God, I will work to reform our national security architecture so that the states are no longer left helpless in the moment of crisis, he said. He added that decentralization would be a major part of his security agenda. Quote, the decentralization necessary for more effective security management will be prioritized. The safety and security of Nigerians will never be treated as a political slogan, Makinde declared. I mean, to be clear, we said it earlier that we need the state police ASAP, because that will help a long way in trying to reduce some of the issues that we're having at the moment. Let's move very quickly to one of the things we have, as today's topic. Adeboye speaks, Nigeria security and the road to 2027. So speaking of security, the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, spoke up on the matter, and I thought we should listen to the entire thing. And then I'm going to say some things about some of the lies that people have been banding about. They've been saying this for a while now, at least since 2020, around 23. That's when they started, after Tinubu won, Adeboye went out against Goodluck Jonathan. That did not happen, no. I hope you know, it did not happen, no. But if you read Twitter, you actually think it's a historical fact. It did not happen. It only happened in people's stupid imagination, because you're just making nonsense up. We'll talk about it. That picture they're always sharing, where they say Adeboye was speaking against Jonathan. When did that really happen? We'll talk about it. But before we get into all of that, let's begin with Baba himself, speaking on the insecurity issues. And interestingly, saying that folks who are in charge of our security agencies should, leave after 90 days if they don't have any solution to the problem. But I think it would be better for you to listen to him say it himself. Please take a listen to Pastor E.A. Adeboye.
You can only advise the commander-in-chief. You can't command him. Because if you command the commander-in-chief...
I think it's important to actually say something before I play this video, or else we're not going to have, the right background. So let me just quickly go through this. We'll listen to Baba just a bit. So here's the thing. Some guys came out a few days ago to say that, in the Redeemed Christian Church, I don't go to RCCG, just to be clear, before people start talking nonsense. But they said, Redeemed, they were told they were going to go out and protest. Then suddenly the pastors told them that they should protest within the church premises. And so the church is not doing what the church should be doing because, Remi Tinubu, that's President's wife, the First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu, because she's a pastor in Redeemed Christian Church of God. That's why RCCG is not protesting against whatever issues happening in Nigeria at the moment. And so people have been saying all kinds of things about this, but there is, one second, I'll find it for you. The breakdown. to be honest, the entire thing was not even a Redeemed Christian Church of God event. It was a CAN event. But you see, again, around education, even people in the church go, no, Papa want to join obedience to one in the church. What the fuck, Paulo back paro? Walai, what the fuck, Paulo back paro? Because it's not about fuck Paulo in your back paro. Don't you even understand what I mean? You want to go against the church you're attending. I mean, good luck to you. But at least know what you are speaking against. You are just ignorant. So to be fair, to start with, it was even not answer CG Kini. They were following the instruction that was given to them by a higher authority. But I want to give that background. So when you listen to me on they say he's not saying anything about it. He's been talking actually, but people want to hear a particular thing from him, condemnation. And I don't think people who call themselves pastors, have that job to be going around the place condemning everybody and, championing the fact that their own candidate must. See, since that, let me even say this. Since 2022, they've been insulting Adeboye for one reason and one reason only, because he did not, what's the word now? Canvass for votes for Obi. That's why. It's not because he supported Tinubu, it's because he did not support Obi, which is stupid. In other words, anybody who doesn't, the person who's even being, listen, like me now, I am not neutral. I'm pro Tinubu. Okay? Well, Pastor Adeboye was not even pro Tinubu. Neither was he anti-Obi. He was just neutral. But if you cannot say that the Messiah is the Messiah of Kings, that means that something is wrong. So they just insult and say all kind of nonsense. But Papa has been talking for a while. But this time around, I think he actually went a bit deep. So let's take a listen to Pastor E.A. Adeboye.
You can only advise the commander-in-chief. You can't command him. Because if you command the commander-in-chief, then you become the commander of the commander-in-chief. That doesn't make sense. But I've tried. And God is my witness. So then, I don't want to take much of your time. What should we do now? I'm talking to you as my children. If I were asked to make suggestions, I would say quietly to our government, move fast and tell our security chiefs get rid of these terrorists within 90 days or resign. Now that, I'm sure, will sound familiar to those of you who have been following the situation in Nigeria. There was a president, unfortunately, he's dead now, as Buhari, who issued such an order. Some of you will remember. Who called the service chief together and said, I give you 3 months. Get rid of all these Boko Haram people or resign. He's not around to tell you who gave him that advice. He ran with that advice, but he didn't follow it through. Because he gave the order as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But, and I mean, the security operatives moved fast. The 3 months went, and the work was not done. So I went to see him. It was in the news, so this time somehow the press got to know that I visited him. Of course, they were not there when we talked. And unfortunately, like I said, he's not alive now. Or else I would have asked you to go and ask him. Sir, why didn't you follow through? Because when 3 months passed and the work wasn't done, why didn't you proceed with your, are we going to call it threat? I won't tell you the details, but one thing came out of that meeting. Which would lead me to my next advice to our government. In case there's any of you who can get across to them. That when giving orders to the service chief this time round, we should make it clear to them that they are not only to eliminate the terrorists, they should eliminate their sponsors. No matter how influential they may be.
Discover the future.
Wow. Wow. That was the hold on, please. Right, that was the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor E.A. Adeboye. It's quite interesting. I mean, of the things that happen behind closed doors, we don't really get to know, which is how life is for the most part. Life is not lived on social media. So advising the former president the way he did, that was actually quite admirable. But yeah, they didn't follow through because they should have sacked those people. So that would actually, send a message. And I hope that the government, listens this time around. We talk about prophets in the land. Baba is a major one. So I hope that the government actually listens. The other day they put out a statement about terrorist financing in Nigeria. They put out some names. There's a list that was released. I haven't really heard much about that. So I think the government really needs to also sit up. Those people are also not just there on their own. Like there are people, pay, what's the word now? They're the ones dictating the tune that the piper is playing. So the government does something about it. But before we move on from this Pastor Adeboye thing, I want to actually speak on something very quickly. There's an image that you must have seen. I'll show it to you. Of Baba, holding a placard and walking the street. I'm going to show you this image. Please take a look at this. So you see, can Adeboye lead Christian rallies against insecurity? That picture has been shared continuously for the last few years. People saying things like Adeboye should walk the streets, which is ridiculous considering many of them, their father and their grandfather, are not even reach Adeboye age, but it's okay. That should go on the streets. I want you to look at the date. So you saw the headline, but now look at the date. It's on the line there. It's February 3, 2020. There's no way you're going to tell me that Jonathan was president on February 3rd, 2020. As a matter of fact, what happened was that CAN, that's Christian Association of Nigeria, instructed. In fact, let me start with Kozimpe for Jonathan. With Jonathan what's the word? Number one, Jonathan was president. Jonathan's presidency ended in 2015. That was when Buhari took over, right? So Buhari won 2015 and was president till 2023. So if he was president till 2023, that means that what happened in 2020 happened during his own tenure. And what actually happened was an instruction from CAN and PFN, that's Christian Association of Nigeria and Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, to have a prayer walk of all Christians, churches, right? You should have prayer walks across the nation. This was in 2020. All right? It was during Buhari's regime, and it was an instruction from the Christian body that Christians should go out. There wasn't even an RCG thing, but RCG is part of CAN and PFN. So they went out. And if you look at it, it says, can Adeboye lead Christian rallies against insecurity? And then, of course, it was a prayer walk for those people. Now, the idea that it has something to do with Goodluck Jonathan is not only ridiculous, it's actually stupid. Because what people do is to do atamo, because they want to try and make a point that, oh, you guys were people that actually pushed Jonathan out of power, which is ridiculous again, because the folks who actually helped Jonathan, who actually protested to ensure Jonathan became president at the time, many of them, if not most, were Yoruba. Particularly in the SNG movement, Save Nigeria group, that was spearheaded by folks like Pastor Tunde Bakare. And the protests that, there were protests in Lagos, protests in Abuja, many of them, you see people like Professor Ole Soyinka, you see people like Barrister Falana. The idea that Yoruba people push Jonathan out is nonsense. I just say it's stupid because there are worse words, but we cannot bubble them now, but you get the point. The point is, folks have to understand that if you have a problem with a thing, you can protest. Adeboye is not a representative of your family. He doesn't have to go on the street and be carrying placard. Even the one that he carried, what did he write there? Let me even read to you what they wrote on that stuff. All souls are precious to God. And that was what he did in 2020 when Buhari was president. He has spoken now. Baba, this is 2026. So Adeboye is going to be 84 this year. He clocked 83 last. No, it's 84 already in March. He clocked 84. He's not a young one that will be carrying placard all over the place. If young people if you have any problem with your government, you want to protest, go and protest. Calling on Adeboye is actually ridiculous. That's one. Number two, I hope the government actually listens to what he's saying right now. That they flush out folks, in the forest who are terrorizing and, just committing atrocities. That beyond that, they should also go after their sponsors. That was something from Pastor Adeboye. At this point, I'll bring some people up. But before I do that, please, I'll just quickly read some comments. Then I'll bring people up, and then we'll have some, submissions before we go back to the topic. So let's start with Facebook and YouTube. So Facebook here, Kimo Akim says, I don't want to agree with you that Governor Makinde is completely right, because as long as governors can collect and spend, you're right. Kimo Akim, you're actually correct. And no, I did not say that Governor Makinde was completely right. I said he had a point. So one of the things we have to be very careful of is absolute statements when the conversations don't require that kind of thought processes, right? So what you cannot say that he's wrong for saying that he doesn't have, I mean, he can't control the police in his state, which is true. But I can also say that you are wrong by saying that he collects security votes on a monthly basis. So who is he talking to about that? What's he doing with the money? So if you think about it, both you and Governor Makinde, you are right. Right? And so what we say is that now that since you've collected all the money, show us workings. Like, what did you do with the money? How has it helped the people? What are you doing to secure the space? Show us. Now, since you're not the one controlling the security architecture of your state, particularly when it comes to Nigerian police force and so on and so forth, that means you need state police. Let's now hold on to our senators because, and this is the thing, the need for state police, when people talk about state policing, which is why I was saying yesterday that some of the things that Governor Makinde was doing were just political. It's not Tinubu that will give you state police. He has to, when I say it's not Tinubu, I'm not saying that he has nothing to do with it. He's going to make the case for it. He's going to push as he's doing. But at the end of the day, the people that actually will have to do that for us are folks in the parliament, in legislature. Why? Because section 214 of Nigeria Constitution does not allow for state creation. There has to be only one police force, and it's the Nigerian police force. It's written there, black and white. So what that means basically is that you need to amend that section of the Constitution before you can then institute or begin to create state police frameworks across the country. You can't even say you want to create anything right now until that law is amended, because if you do anything like that, what you're doing is illegal. Right? So the real Kini is a bit, sorry, I said Kini, you get the point, Sha. The real folks to speak to talk to advocate or lobby, if there's anything like that in the Nigerian political landscape, are folks in the legislature. And they spoke in March, but lots of things have happened since March. This is June right now. They said in March, it was March 24 news report from the National Assembly that they are working to expedite and all those things. It's English. This is June. I haven't heard much. So in reality, the conversation is a legislative conversation, not an executive conversation. The executive already said he wants them to do what they have to do. As a matter of fact, on the 18th of May, Tinubu put out a statement when I was talking about what happened in Owerri local government to the children. He talked about how the Senate has to do what they have to do to get things, working as far as state policing is concerned. So at the end of the day, it's a legislative conversation that we must have. But you're right to say that he collects money on a monthly basis. You should show us workings. You have a point. All right. Very quickly, your mind says the obedience are insulting the hell out of Emeka Eke. They said he was an APC mole sent to destabilize their party. The funny thing, by the way, is that, when you look at the entire structure, somebody wrote something over the weekend, and I was like, this person is brilliant. He said, I can't remember his name now, but it's on Twitter. He said, the irony of the entire situation is that if it was Tinubu who was trying to be a presidential candidate in NDC, he would have willingly allowed himself, I'm using my own words right now. Let me just explain my own words. He would have chosen not to run to become president to ensure that people like Emeka Eke and Aisha, he would rather use his slot to lobby for them and negotiate on their behalf than to become presidential candidate of NDC. And it's true. Tinubu could have become the vice president in 2015. What Professor Yemi Osinbajo got, it was his slot though. It was Tinubu's slot. He could have been the vice president if he wanted to be. These clowns making us on social media, NDC, they are saying NDC, Kiniko is a mole in NDC just because the Lord and Messiah is there. And that one, he would rather be there than negotiate for anybody because it's a personal vision or no ambition. I'm not going to read everything because of time. Your might on YouTube says Kwakwanso single-handedly declared his anointed Guber candidate from a sitting room in Kano. Obi has been very quiet about the outburst of the NDC primaries, where one of his ally got schemed out. He doesn't really care. Your might says Kushin Goro, Yanya Karo, Lugbe Kuje, and so on. Prof, do you live in Abuja? They say I should not be saying where I live. But yeah, it's the way you just mentioned those areas, quite nice. I won't talk. Kimo Akim on Facebook says, what was... I don't like talking about my location. Kimo Akim says, what was Ike looking for in INEC office during his party primaries, if not stupidity or agenda to blackmail the agency? Does he know his party's headquarters at the federal or state to make complaints or his problem about their primaries? And that's the truth. You're right. If you have a problem with your primary election in your party, it's a party matter. You can't go to the INEC office to say they did something during your election. They're not even the ones conducting the election. So what influence do they have in your party primary? It's quite interesting. You might say Leo Olayinka shouldn't have put out any item that could implicate him in the law court. He should have known better. What is it? You just said that he found it somewhere now. He'll just show you. I hope he knows where he found it. Maybe somebody post. I'm not speaking on his behalf. But let me just say this. Be careful what you are reposting as well. There's some people posted something last week. They are now, writing apologies, kiniko on Twitter. Be careful what you're reposting and what you're sending. Maybe he found it somewhere. I don't know. But I'm sure he's going to sort that out. You might say Larry Olayinka is going to be a fall guy. He should not have published that he will not be a fall guy. Let me not talk. But yeah, I get your point. Where were we? Your might on YouTube says there's an organized and systemic attack on the Yoruba religious leaders from a particular section of the country while neglecting theirs. They love us. They love us. They love us. There are many comments here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some people up. I think we still have some people. Let me just check. If not, we'll just keep reading. Oh, okay. So let me just keep reading. We'll take a few more. Then we'll go back to the topic. I saw some people raise their hands earlier on TikTok. Maybe they are waiting for the next time. Welcome, Oswani Said. Your mind says they anticipated that they should behave like some character in the assessment. That statement was very strong from Adeboye. I believe so as well. Sunday Chukudi, I'm going to respond to you today. Should I not? Let me read what he said. It says any country that have his kind, because of course he's a retard, any country that has his kind of people will never develop. It says they dine and wine with your oppressors. You guys love lie and always try sensible but very far cunning set of people. You are a retard. So here's the thing. You guys don't like Nigeria. You're just kind of all over the place like bush babies, and your tears are just beginning. You see cry. And nobody's oppressing me in Nigeria. I don't know. Why is it that you guys always know everybody who's oppressing everybody, but you don't know your own problem? I love you saying you're not serious. I think one is enough. Let me just leave you because your madness is noted. White Kubo says Oyo State should use armed civilian JTF like Borno did until when the Senate passes law to create state police. So Oyo doesn't need to wait forever because no, Oyo State cannot do that. If you the drones I'm not the down. Armed civilian JTF. Law your state. But look at not go on Takoro so is federal government is doing something. It's going to look as if it's actually no. It would have been easier for him to do that without all this, the blame games that have been going on for a while. But with those blame games, he can't do that anymore. That would be dangerous for him as a governor to do. To become something else, and it's politics. Somehow something coming lower. All right, let's take a break for a bit and have concilium preventers. Please mute, please. Oh dear. Please, when you send requests, once you send requests, just try and be aware that once you get up, you will mute. Now you have unmuted again, concilium. Eshe. So we're going to have concilium and some other. And this remember, we're going to have some people respond, and then we'll continue with the other stuff. So if you want to speak, if you're on TikTok, please send your request. I'll bring you up. We'll have some minutes to have you share your thoughts. If you're on other platforms, you can write in the comment section. I'm going to read your comments, right? Or you can send me a message on Telegram, and then we'll give you a call. So let's have Concilium. Good evening, Concilium.
So
Ẹkáàbọ. Oh dear. Ẹkáàbọ.
so ẹkúṣẹ́ náà. So mo fẹ́ address ọ̀rọ̀ actor yìí Emeka Ike tó máa ń ṣe bí I don't watch Nigerian movies, to be honest. I find them a bit too pedestrian.
So ẹ tí wo ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ so ẹ tí wo figurine báyìí.
No, àwọn yẹn movies làwọn yẹn.
Okay. Ṣé ti wá Níkúlápó?
Those are movies. Those are well made. Home video tó máa ń ṣe bí kíní yẹn. I just see snippets of it. Tó máa wẹ̀ bí kò fẹ́ pa ẹ́. Be psychotic. I don't watch them. I don't watch them. I don't pay attention to them. But getting back to ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ, these people are like Fulani. They are no different. The only difference is that they have a homeland. Fulani's homeland is so far away from us. It's almost Senegal. And they just keep going around, turning themselves into nomads, because they are nomads, going everywhere. 15 days after you move from somewhere, you will contest a position there. That yellow bear. I don't know why anybody's looking at them and thinking that they will be telling you they think best for Nigeria. So they want to spread their expertise. Expertise don't spread the Imo State. Mo Jerry hope is doing. You right, I have a lot of Imo boys in Sulele. One more, I hope no be personal. Hope my deal with one. One more hope that hope about shady. Go face one. So, I don't know how exposed Larry Lainka is, but I'm sure they have a backup plan on how to rescue himself. But that's by the way. The truth of the matter is that because if he goes to court, he has to prove that he was harmed. It will be a civil case because criminally, government only prosecutes Larry Lainka and they will not do anything about it. Civil kini, show us the harm that was done to you by your kini being exposed. No harm was done to you. So you have to prove that in civil court. But that's by the way. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ, ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá yìí ní Ọ̀yọ́ tó ń pariwo pé state police. Ẹ dàpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ti kí ni? Ó ti bọ́ ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀. He now understands that nǹkan tó ń sọ politically. I don't think the guy is very bright. Because even the way he answered Wike is a politician. As bad as Wike is, Wike doesn't attack you personally. Look at the conversation I was having about Amechi recently. He was still trying to be charitable to Amechi. But in the exchange between Wike and Makinde, I realized that Makinde is not really very bright. When started insulting Wike that he was a millionaire at some age, but then you also have to look at the fact that Ibadan politics and Ibadan people and the way they think. I'm sorry, any of all you Ibadan people here, wàhálà yín pọ̀, ìjà yín ti pọ̀ jù, ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa ń jàjà tó lórí. I'm sorry to say it. But I don't know that he bruisey, for no reason. Tell them penkelemesi, eti dagwe, no see. Oh no, mboro Oriyomi Amzat. Mo pe ke address here, ti so kan lórí yẹn náà títí disi. Ade yin dúró, ẹ̀yin ará Ìbàdàn, wàhálà yín ti pọ̀jù. Which is one of the reasons why somebody that's a politician only nobody really trusts you guys because you like fighting and you ever since the focus of Yorubas moved from Ibadan, which used to be center, to Lagos, they've always had a problem with it. And they always seem to I don't want to. Yes, Ewambe. Yes, you will always be there. Nobody can dispute that fact. But the self-harm look at Baba Ishe.
Wait, are you talking about Ibadan or this governor?
No,
I have to speak up for Ibadan because I was born and raised there.
Edisuru. Wọ́n lé bàbá aláàmù lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lálùjá wọlé wọ́n tún fẹ́ léwu náà. I don't know, aren't you satisfied with anybody? Ẹ tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe tán. Kìnìún náà tún wá bàbá Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ yìí náà tún wá jábọ̀ lọ lẹ́lẹ́kejì. First of all, jábọ̀ lọ lẹ́lẹ́kejì Ajímọ̀bí òun náà tún wà Ìbàdàn ẹ̀ fún yín. Ó fún yín sáìzì yín. Èlé náà tún wá ó tún ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀mejì ó tún fún yín sáìzì yín. I don't understand them. There's no easy government. I did the government. I handed over somebody. I did the government. I handed over somebody. I'm always Johnny. Even APC primary got to one bear because I'm hearing that Sharafa Din Ali. They don't really like him that much. and I don't even know the situation there because anybody because it's up in the air because candidates Makinde only win. Some people in PDP have even left to APM for their rep seats. How they're going to win, I don't know. Arákùnrin tó wà ní Ọ̀ṣun sí ní state tí ó dàkọ̀ ti fi lọ́rùn lẹ̀ bí òun ló máa win, I don't know. Because that whole axis any problem ẹ má bínú ẹ ṣé kí ni any problem ẹ lọ farabalẹ̀ kẹ wá join àwọn Yorùbá kẹ join wa kó epo máa ń jà náà lẹ́wọ̀n máa jà ìjà tó lórí tó lẹ́sẹ̀.
Ó ti tó ẹ má bú bá dàn mọ́. So you have to understand something. Yorùbá ní gbogbo ìlú lárùn ìjà àgbòrò lárùn Ìbàdàn gan mọ́ wọ́n kọ́ sínú oríkì wọn kì í ṣe pé wọ́n fi pamọ́. But on a serious note, yes, there were things in the past. Irugba tí when Lam was governor, of course, you know. But those were the days when you still had Adedibu now, you know, and then you had after Lam, I think it was Ladoja. Then after Ladoja was one that was impeached, and let me not even talk about the process. We talked about it before. It was just interesting. Right, and then of course you had Akala, like you mentioned. I mean, it's a lot better now. What's happening right now is just politicking, and it's okay, to be honest. It's not the right. It's not. Let me put it this way: I don't like that it's happening, but I understand that I understand what's happening. All right. So what you understand, I mean, what you see basically is Makinde wants to become president. He doesn't agree with what's happening in PDP. I mean, this thing is layered, by the way. You know, you have the PDP issue with Wike in the government. You have the fact that he has his own presidential ambition. You have certain things that have happened, you know, with within PDP itself before, of course. Now he's saying he's a member of PDP, but he now belongs to the alliance. Whatever. The point I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, is in the opposition. Opposition should be opposition. This is one example where I agree that if you want to use politics, it's just that you can't use people's lives. But I understand why it's on the opposite side. You know. Isaleko boy says if Prof they get matric number, some people supposed to go they punish matric number. How? Anyway, all I'm saying is that it's just politics, you know, and I hope they do something about it. But let me read something to you about this accord thing that you mentioned. No fracas says, oh, please, you need to correct your last speaker for insulting us. Are you new in political conversations? I beg you. That's not an insult, it's just banter. And if you notice, when he was saying Ibadan, he was talking to me actually. That's the thing. He was talking to me. Interestingly, I'm not from Ibadan. I just grew up there. You know, so when he was saying Ibadan, he was talking to, he wasn't insulting you. But even if he was just, to be honest, it's not, if it's insult, I would have stopped him now. It's banter. I mean, personal conversations, you can't be, what's the word now? You have to have thick skin, no. There's nothing to correct. That was just.
Mo buyin o ẹ̀yin ará Ìbàdàn warrior ẹjọ́ tó lọ mo buyin o ẹjọ́ mo buyin o ìjà wà lójú yín ìjà wà lára yín ẹ mo buyin o.
I don't think more. All right. I mean, Ibadan is what Ibadan is. Ibadan is one city where the politics in Ibadan is different from politics of any other state in the south. In fact, in Nigeria, to be honest. You know what they say in Ibadan when they're getting ready for politics? They say, no matter if I get one Ibadan lo mo o mo laipo. Only get my jolo when you over your shock the point is Ibadan will, I mean, it's a very unique place. And it's interesting that if you really think about it, every state has its own peculiarities, and it's how it should be. The politics of Lagos from politics of Ogun State, from politics of your state. That's why it's very difficult for any other part of your state to, you know, to become governor. It's very difficult. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. That is, we've had an Ogumosham and Akala, but it's very difficult. The politics is a bit different. But in Lagos, that's not how it's played, even though it looks like it. But like now, the deputy governor to Amzat is a lady from Badagry. Is it possible that she becomes governor? I don't know. But I mean, maybe it's a way to also... What I'm saying basically is that every city is unique. So whatever you say about Ibadan is okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. So the thing you said about, I'll bring the next person up in a bit, about Oriyomi. Sincerely, even if you ask me right now, I don't know what is happening in Accord. I don't know what's happening in Accord. What I'll do is I'm going to play you some videos. You tell me what you think is happening. Because and maybe I just quickly talk while I'm, connecting this stuff. So what's happening really is that you have a situation where some people said he won the governorship ticket. So in one instance, he has return certificates. In another instance, another person who won. It's very similar to what's happening in some parties in Nigeria that I'm not going to mention yet. But let me play you something. You know what? Let's have this Aleko boy. Please mute. Let's have his Aleko boy, and then I'll play you the stuff later. Good evening, it's Aleko boy.
Prof. Ẹkáàbọ.
I don't know, you know.
Àwọn lẹ̀bínú àti Ìgbò ni tó bá ti tako account kan a máa ṣí mi àwa náà ní fi wọ́n lọ́rùn lẹ̀. So what I wrote earlier was if you are giving a matric number to your students, some of these new students, they will know some of us. Tó bá jẹ́ school àwa máa rán àwọn kan ní wọ́n ń ṣe. I'm trying to side with. Yes, now old student ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé someone said he's Igbo guy. About it's because you don't know him. But lóòótọ́ náà ẹ bá wò àwọn baba ńlá àwọn ará Ìbàdàn ológun ni wọ́n, ìwà jagunjagun yẹn wà lára wọn. So they should come for me tí wọ́n mọ̀ sálẹ̀ kó lè mi. Mi ò sí London wọn rí. Kọ́ni sùúrù kí ló dé? As at before, Baba Adeboye. Ẹni sùúrù. Ó nígbà kan tí ìjà ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ pé Ìbàdàn. I'm not even joking. Ìjà ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ like Lagos Island. Ìbàdàn náà ti parí ìjà yẹn. This is not Nigerian politics, so I'm talking traditional issues. Ìbàdàn náà ti parí ìjà yẹn. Wọ́n lè parí ẹ̀ ń Ìbàdàn, wọ́n fi venue sí Ìbàdàn.
Mo kí n rán yín létí ni. Venue rọ́wọ́ náà fi sí Ìbàdàn. Ìjà ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ gbọ́ tó bá jẹ́ ká máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ìjà ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin Àkárìgbò àti òyìnbó ló gbé yẹn wá náà òyìnbó ló gbé yẹn wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ òyìnbó ló gbé wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
venue là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀.
no àwọn eléyìí ò ṣe venue àwọn Ìbàdàn ló wá sẹ́tù àwọn Ìbàdàn ló sẹ́tù wà láàyè lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ gbà yẹn.
at every particular point in time.
máa ṣíwèé fún yín o.
Ẹ ti di Fẹlá àbí tó sọ fún máa ṣíwèé f'Ọbásanjọ́. At every particular point in time Yorùbá a máa ń mú ibì kan tá a máa fi ṣe political headquarter wa, and for so long Ìbàdàn has been that, because Ìbàdàn I used to tell people Ife was great, Ọ̀yọ́ was great, Ìbàdàn too was great. So èèyàn kan lè negate èèyàn kan fẹ́yàn kan.
Wait o, why you putting worse? Ó ṣe pé worse lẹ́ ń lò.
Ó ti jábọ̀.
Èwo ni worse? Ó ti tó ẹ fi àwọn ará Ìbàdàn lẹ̀, ẹ fa àwọn Ìbàdàn lẹ̀ jọ. Kọ́mọ̀ lọ pé ìsìn já gbé kò já o. Ẹ gbọ́ ẹ̀yìn tí no fracas because ó ti dá inú ogun òkú Ìbàdàn lọ rí o. Òótọ́ dẹ̀ ni o. Ogun òkú wá rí ìran Ìbàdàn ṣe rán ìrìn kankan ogun òkú wá rí something like that.
But ẹ bá wá wòran Ìbàdàn yẹn náà conglomerate gbogbo Yorùbá ní Ìbàdàn tó bá fẹ́ gbọ́rọ̀ àwọn náà Yorùbá parapọ̀ ní wọn.
Which is why you should not don't insult them because you are also connected to them.
Wọ́n ní láti mọ̀ wọ́n ra wọn, àwa la dì wọ́n. Tí ò bá sáwà ni àwọn ò ní já wọn. We are them.
Ẹkáàbọ̀ Ẹkáàbọ̀ ẹ ṣe. It's enough. Let us. All of you are talking like this. I need to put it all to ṣàìsí. Ẹgbẹ́ ti bàbá
ló máa ń parọ́ mọ́ náà. Ṣebí bàbá ló ń parọ́ mọ́ pé bàbá ló ń dàbẹ̀rù. Káwore bàbá máa jẹ́mú rẹ̀. Bàbá ti lọ ń sìn ọ̀n rí tò náà. Bọ̀gbà tí bàbá wà ń bẹ̀.
So kí ṣe pé wọ́n rí tò. To be fair, kí ṣe pé wọ́n rí tò. What's happening is there are multiple parties and some things are happening in some parties. And right now, nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní APC ó dẹ̀ pé yẹn gan ti wà wọ́n ti settle there láàrin ara wọn. It's a party issue. This is not even Ibadan issue, to be fair. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Oriyomi, for instance, an accord issue. It's not an Ibadan issue. But generally speaking, you are right that when it comes to politics in Ibadan, it's a bit different. Ibadan, you will hear something, it may not happen the way because it's politics. You know, that's the only reason I'm moving Shenupo.
àwa mọ̀ pé ní soft spot fún wọn ìtorí ẹ̀ you know how you like glorify them, talk about the road, talk about a good city. Ìbàdàn nìkan lẹ máa ń ṣe fún látijọ́ tí n ti mọ̀ ni.
No. Only reason, only deal. Ìdí ẹ̀ ni wípé Ìbàdàn náà máa ń bójú lórí social media pẹ̀lú pé ó ní òrùlé igbó tó ti di pẹ̀tà. Wọ́n pé brown roof. So that's the reason I speak about Ibadan that much. But of course, I mean, do I have to talk about Ikoyi or talk? People know Ikoyi, they know Banana Island, they know Glover Road, they know.
Ọmọ Sàlẹ̀kó lè mi ẹ ti ń gbé kúrò abúlé tèmi Ìsàlẹ̀kó ni bí ẹ bá sọ ń pa bóyá bí ẹ pẹ́ ìgboro Àgàràwú Ìsàlẹ̀kó Ìgàdú Gànràn Èbúté Ẹnu Ọwá CMS ẹ lè sọ.
By the way, I want you to draw your attention to something you just said right now. It's quite interesting. I hope people will get this. There's a place in Eko, Enowa.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it means? In Ife, the seat of Ibo Enowa see palace.
Kojin, but one thing particular about that Enowa, kò sọ́ba tó máa jẹ ó máa lọ kọsẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ kó tó wọnú ga.
Ṣé nífẹ̀ ibi tí kábíyèsí wà Ẹnuwa náà ń pè bẹ̀. Ọwá is another word for king or leader. Ẹnuwa is ibi tí ọwá wà, ibi tó ti ń sọ̀rọ̀, ibi tó wà. So apparently you have that similarity. You have Ẹnuwa. Ẹnuwa in Ife is Ẹnuwa in Lagos. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the same. It means the same thing. And is that Owa is what you will have in Ilesha, for instance, Owa of Jeshaland. Owa is just like Oba or Oshin or something like that. Leader, the Yoruba leader. Anyway, let's leave our although it's join you, our mo isale ko isale gogo mo kin you she ti risin. Now Ibadan ba de se ẹni dúró.
Ẹ sọ fáwọn àwọn new student bóyá a máa sọ fún wọn nsìn kọ́ mọ̀ páwà kan ti wà ń bí tipẹ́.
So they can go student association.
Ẹ ṣé gan.
All right. I mean, I'm not in my mom say it's banter. That Yemawa from time to time we can't go call them. Okay, àwọn ọmọ òfin. Family sick in my kinship. Anyway, let's quickly talk about before we now go to some other things. And I said we're going to read some parts of this book. I think we should do it today, right? If we're done with this, we'll come back to this. This book, the one by I've been reading it. It was quite interesting. We'll just look at some part of it. My Life of Duty and Allegiance. That's the one he released last week.
Sorry, Prof. Something came to my mind. I tried to get in touch with Prof. Remy. I should declassify information. I don't know if he has sent it to you about the source of Ada and Ebe.
Another one?
Yeah, I think it just came out now. Moshe Debini.
Oh, okay. My bad. Eshe. All right. Some of Benishi ṣe kíní ni.
Ṣé àwa ọ̀dẹ̀ ní fi wọ́n lọ́rùn lẹ̀ o, àwa 25 to life ìsìn àwọn ń bára wọn jà ní àwọn wà láàrin wọn.
Àwọn olóńbára wọn jà.
Ó ń bá Hussein jà, ó ń bá Esan jà, gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ní dúkù ni wọ́n kì í ṣọba, gbóhùn nìkan lọ bá Ọlọ́run.
By the way, if you are listening to us, I know we're a bit out of topic, but we've talked about this. We've had these sessions before here, we're talking about connection between Yoruba and Benin. I think, so we're going to go back to the topic in a bit. Let's just, stay here for a bit. I think what's happening there is actually inferiority. and I know what's happening. Oh, I have a theory, but I'm very sure because at the end of the day, you battle one. That's the truth. But and I want to respect skinny. Rather than going it's mostly because it's a show of shame. Number one, when you cannot acknowledge other people's story and structure. So, for instance, when a person comes around and says things like the Oluwawore or Ni Use is just a chief. I saw a video like that some days ago. Like, why would you disrespect another person's king because you want to elevate your own? It shows that you're actually inferior. In other words, if you cannot become big until you put other people down, you are small. If you're big, you're big. And here's the thing, Oba of Benin is big. You don't have to prop him up. You don't have to add anything to him. You don't have to say, he's Oba of Benin. He's good on his own. That's it. You see, these people don't think. When you have to try to attack other people in order to make him, you're just the one. Oba of Benin is okay. But just because he's that, he's not the Oba of Edo State. Edo State does not have a Oba. It does not have an Oba. I'm not sure in Boso. Is the Oba Nile Benin? Who says Yoruba? They call their king Kabesi. They say everything. I mean, we've listened to them. Interesting, there's intelligence report on Usain as well. They're Yoruba people. Why? And Benin people are not Yoruba people, but their royalty is Yoruba. I think the point is, I mean, we've had this conversation before. Sincerely, it's just Nigerian politics, because none of these things happened before 1970. Although some people were trying to change their story in 1939. There's a book that was published. You know, I know we're off topic, but let's talk. You know, A Short History of Benin was published in 1934. Was it 34 or 30? 34 in the indigenous language, then 36 in English language. 1939, the intelligence report on Benin was written by H.F. Marshall, was 39. And here's where I'm going. If you read the Short History of Benin, that man did not have any axe to grind. He just stated everything the way they happened. Just told the story. And I've told them, one day, somebody was saying, Neoba is King Yoruba, or Oduduwa is King. I was like, listen, even the Ogiso you're talking about are Yoruba people. And you will find it in Short History of Benin by Ẹkáàbọ. You also find it in Bondarenko's work, Ancient Benin Kings, where they came from. I think that's the title of the work. I just don't have time for Benin yet. But the truth of the matter is, history is sacrosanct, and if you're trying to now change history, so let me finish what I was saying earlier. 1939, H.F. Marshall said something in the intelligence report. After stating the local Benin that they all believed in their own story, he said everything they said. He now said there are some Benin people who are beginning to say that they are from Egypt because they don't want to be connected with the local tradition. However, there is more evidence of the connection between them and the Ife people than the Egypt thing they're just fabricating. However, I also tell people that Egypt thing is understandable. During that period, beginning from the mid to late 19th century into early 20th century, a lot of people were enamored by the greatness of Egypt because Egyptology was the rave at the time, right? And that's why you see the book by Samuel Johnson. He finished writing that book in 1897, and in that book, he was making allusion to the East, right? Everybody was talking about the greatness of the East and Egypt and all of those things. So it's understandable that somebody will come in 1939 to want to connect themselves to Egypt, but it doesn't change the fact that locally, story one was the same thing, and it was the same thing until 1970. And I did a session here where we talked about a paper that was published in 1976 that detailed the different versions of Benin history that began in the 1970s. People like Omorege, Eyare, there are 4 of them. SB Omorege, Eyare, Edun, and then Akenzwa. I think it's Edun Akenzwa, then one more person. If I remember the name, I'll tell you. Anyway, those 4 people, they were the ones that just started writing all kinds of stories, such that within 1 year, 4 different versions were published. One was like a small book, the one by Omorege. The other ones published their own in the Bendel newspaper at the time. So you start noticing that at the end of the day, it's a political thing. It has nothing to do with the history of the people, which is why I always tell people with this Benin history that I'm not going to, I won't be arguing with you as a Benin person about history that just started changing last year. What I'll tell you is this. I'll go to your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers, whatever they say, I believe that one. Because when you read that book by Egareva, he stated in that book how he got the information and what he did. For 3 hours, it's in the book. For 3 hours, he was discussing the content of the book with the king at the time and his son, who became the king after, after the king that was there by the time was like writing. Wait, I know. Let me see if I can write his name more. Look up by it now. There is in Tower Bay is Oba Eware. Abi? There was no Akenzwa. What only come before Akenzwa. There is Akenzwa. There is who is the one that wrote this book? Your humble servant, your obedient servant. Umbo, I can work well. Let me even look for the book. How did you get here? Let me look for the book. I want to read something to you. Oba Kenzwa was a there are 3 kings. Eredua, thank you, Omobeko. No, Eredua became king in 1970s. Eredua was there before this present Eware second. It was Eredua. So Akenzwa, Eredua, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You're talking about there's Iweka the second, Akenzwa, Eredua, and Eware.
Yes. Yes. So Eredua was one that became Oba in the 1970s. He was the one that worked with the federal government. And then before him, there was Akenzwa. So the 2 before that one were there in that room. I want to read something to you. Give me a second. Let me find that book. It's been a long time since I read this, so in tomorrow, so Mumbo information education.
Nígbà tí wọ́n lọ translate sí English pé so àwọn Yorùbá wá insert ra wọn sí because Ìbàdàn ló ti lọ print ẹ̀ pé so nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí Yorùbá wà ní history ẹ̀ ní orí wọn ti yí gan.
No breaking kakin orí wọn ló gbálẹ̀. This is what Eradua said. It says the history was collected. This is a short history of Benin. This was 1934, September. The history was collected from the following authorities. Ihogbe, the worshippers and recorders of the departed Obas. Let me slow down. The history was collected from the following authorities. Ihogbe, the worshippers and recorders of the departed Obas. Ogbelaka, the royal bards. Igueronwo, if I'm not pronouncing it correctly and you're Benin, I apologize. We are brothers. Actually, we are not brothers. Let me not lie. Myself and your king are brothers. Without you making these things clear. To be honest, we are not brothers. I would be lying if I said we're brothers. Considering, but I'm a brother to Obatokwe. All right, let me read this. So, Ogbelaka royal bards, the royal brassmith, Oyaosa of Akwapapa, one of the descendants of the Benin fathers of the 15th and 16th centuries. Okaeben, Ogianwe, Efaz, Yashere Esama, Robamoen, and so on, to whom I owe undoubted things. I found the names I was looking for. I offer my cordial thanks to Messrs. E.J. Gareth and Yesu for the kind help. Above all, I feel very grateful to His Highness Akenzwa II was Akenzwa. And Akenzwa was the one that was there before Eredua. Eredua is before Ewari II, who is there right now. So while Akenzwa II was king, while Eweka II was king, Akenzwa read the manuscript. So you're talking about two kings, the one that was going and the one that was incoming. Read the manuscript and he was with them for 3 hours. And these people are telling you that they treat Abba now. That's why all this nonsense they're doing, I've been noticing this since 2007. Just be writing rubbish on blogs, changing story. I know why. The one I can say in public is political expediency. The other one is more cultural than anything else. So I'll just leave it for now. But if you read the book itself tells you that the first Ogisos were Yoruba people. And it's not the only book that says so. H.F. Marshall also said it. And H.F. Marshall's work is 1939. This work is 1934. And the first three Ogisos, number one, Obagodo, who according to Bini people, was the son of Oduduwa. Not forget this Owodo nonsense. Sorry, not Owodo. This, what's the name of this one that went to Huoton? That got lost. Their own story. And so this is the thing. If I want to talk to you about it, I don't want to argue with you about whatever it is you're saying. I just say, go back to the stuff that your fathers wrote back in the day. Let's put Parinda and beside H.F. Marshall, beside a Gareva, and then talk to me about it. Or you can read this book, Benin Henry Ling Roth. You can also put everything together. Like before you guys woke up in 1970, they already told the truth. So leave in fact, a Gareva is, and by the way, a Gareva is it's a very important work. Although by the time they now pounced on him with all these kind of things, started changing his mind later on. But he has already written. That's the funny thing. Once you write, it's there. It's history. There's no opinion, so you can't really change it. And so the first three Ogisos, Obagodo or Banigodo or Igodo, those three names is the same person. Eri as in gain. And you thought Ogiso was Orire. You know what? Since we are still here, let me read something to you from this book. If you want to look at the names of the Ogisos, you look at Egareva's book and look at D.M. Bondarenko's work on the Oba of Benin. Why are they changing their story? I don't get it. Somebody is laughing in the comment section. Let me read to you from your own book. For a considerable number of years after the death of Ogiso, there was an interregnum, and following leaders of the people, Ere, Orire, Akwakwan, Ekwigo, Oria, Emose, Ororo, Obioye, Arigo, Evian, and his son Ogiame. And we all know that Evian became... How did we get into Benin matter? But I'm staying with it. It's okay. Evian became administrator after Ogisowodo. Who gave birth to Ekaladera? The gap between Ogisowodo and Ekaladera and Obagodo is as wide as River Niger to Sokoto. So if Obagodo was the son of Oduduwa, according to their story, if Obagodo, let me read that one too. I'll be telling you from your book, if you like, be crying in the comment section. I've not been talking about it. People just brought it to us like, why not, if not? Many, many years ago, Oduduwa of Hue, in brackets, Ile-Ife. The nonsense you're saying right now that Hue is in one Kogi state is a lie. Oh my God. Many, many years ago, Oduduwa of Hue, Ile-Ife, the father and progenitor of the Yoruba kings, sent his eldest son, Obagodo, who took the title of Oba. If you read the stuff that Oba Eredua wrote, is somewhere here. If we really want to go into it, I'll quickly bring the book out. He said that actually the word is Ogiso. And it's right, because when you look at the list of the Ogiso, it's the first one. With a large retinue all the way from Hue, in bracket, Ile Ife, to so that he's not want any Kini Ife or Mala or Ife Mala or Ife Bate, to found a kingdom in this part of the world. At that moment of his departure, his father gave him a charm in the form of a snail shell containing some earth to invest him with absolute power and right over the lands that should come under his sway. Hence, the power and right ever since to the present day of every reigning Oba of Benin as the Lord and owner of the land. The snail shell of earth was afterwards modeled in brass and preserved in the royal palace as a memorial and an evidence of the fact to posterity. The reign of Ogiso was a long course of misrule, failure, and anxiety, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. No, the Ororo is R-H-O-R-H-O. So you have, that's the story of the Ogiso. Since we are here, let's have some fun, shall we? Ombo. Let's have some fun. Somebody is angry in the comment section. Mi ní sọ̀rọ̀ máa kàn jẹ́ ká wò oníkàkú máa mú nǹkan tó bá rò. Ajibade no is O-R-H-O.
That's fair.
R-H-O.
That's fair.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ sáré parí ọ̀rọ̀ tí Adamori orúkọ gan ti pọ̀ jù. Ìsàlẹ̀ Èkó boy. Orúkọ nǹkan tó gbé wá jẹ́ kí sáré ka nǹkan fún àwọn èèyàn wa. This is from H.F. Marshall's work. This is what he said. I've told you anyway. I just want to read it out, Someone said, are we going to miss today's topic? We already talked about it. We talked about Adeboye speaks, Nigeria security. The next one is the road to 2027. 2/3. We'll talk about the rest. Give me a second, please. So this is what they said. According to Bini tradition, this is not according to Yoruba tradition. No. I'm reading Intelligence Report on Benin City by H.F. Marshall, published in 1939. According to Bini tradition, according to Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Uhe. Just like that man, a guy was saying, Uhe, in bracket, Ile Ife. According to Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Uhe, was the cradle of the human race and was the only land in the world. Oduduwa, the first king of Ife, possessed a snail shell which had the magical power of creating 200, 400 real numbers. So it's not like he had 7 sons. But we'll continue. We'll talk about that some other time. Let me just quickly read what they wrote here. This is the Benin tradition. Again, Benin tradition. According to Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Ue, was the cradle of the human race and was the only land in the world. Oduduwa, the first king of Ife, possessed the snail shell which had the magical power of creating earth. Shortly before his death, Oduduwa called his 7 sons and, giving to each of them a portion of the medicine from the magical snail shell, sent them out to form the inhabited world. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo. It's the same person that a guy called Obagodo. In some books you see Igodo, and the same person. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodo, and on receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast, not Ibolando, southeast of Ife. There was no southeast region at the time, because some people. Creating land as he went, he finally reached the present site of Benin, and there he and his followers settled down and gave the place the name of Ugodonigodo. Ugodonigodo is also Igodomigodo. Certain of the present inhabitants of Benin claim to trace their descent from this first migration. It should be noted that certain of the intelligentsia are no longer prepared to accept this traditional story, but claim that the original inhabitants came straight from Egypt. There is no tradition and even less evidence on which they can base this claim. All right? So, just to mention that, then it goes ahead to talk about the descendants of Banigodo, the tradition of Ogiso, and so on and so forth. And when you look at the tradition of Ogiso itself, a character that always shouting was given birth to by the last Ogiso. Meanwhile, the first Ogiso is the son of Oduduwa. How is the father of the first Ogiso now the son of the last Ogiso? It doesn't make sense. So if you look at your own story, and your story says Oduduwa gave birth to Igodo, who became the first Ogiso, and after there were many Ogisos, many. At least we know that the first three were Yoruba. Igodo himself, Ere, Orire, and that's from, okay, I mentioned the book earlier, have you? So we already know that one. Then you have others like the Obikon, Ororo, and so on and so forth. There are many like Pini names, and some of them even have something similar to Yoruba names. So anyway, you have many of them like that. You then had Owodo, who had one son that was banished. And somehow, in the imagination of these interesting characters, that last one, the son of the last one, is the father of the first Ogiso. Very ridiculous. Anyway, that's the much I want to give to Benin today. But sincerely, there's something I could say, but I don't like saying it because I'm a Yoruba man and I am related to the Oba of Benin. And the people of Benin are not related to him. You know, we can call him, family. You can't really call Benin people. I mean, we used to call Benin people family, to be clear, because, you get connection here one be, but, and by the way, yes, there are also Benin families that are Yoruba. Or let me not say they are Yoruba. I don't also want to start Wala. They are Beninese, but they have Yoruba heritage. There are people like that. They are the ones who greet themselves Lawe and Lamogun. They are Yoruba. They are Benin people today. Even the Oba of Benin is Benin. It's just that you cannot. It's like talking about the monarch of England. Okay, they're German. Okay, and that's what you find in England. In fact, I'm glad I mentioned that example. That's what you find in England. They're not ashamed of their past. You get what I'm saying? They're not ashamed of their past. They know that. I mean, now we call the family Windsor. That's a very English name. But until early 20th century, it was Saxe-Coburg. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. It was a German name. And they didn't have any problem with that. They only changed the name to Windsor to sound more English. But they're not changing their past either. I mean, they're okay with the fact that they talk about it. It's a sign of inferiority if you're always trying to change your past. That's true, sure. Benin will be all right. All right, let's go to this. Saxe-Coburg Gotha. Thank you. German words are blessed. Not Saxon. Saxon is a tribe, so to speak. So when you say Anglo-Saxons, no, but the name is Saxe-Coburg Gotha. That's their name until around the First World War, when Germany was giving everybody Walla. So they began to say, we have to change this name. So they made it Windsor, but they didn't change their story. This was changing their story for whatever reason, and it's unnecessary. But the history is there. Anybody wants to discuss it?
Might change story one. That's their problem. More need that it distort the story and one your toku. So
that's the problem. They cannot touch that story without touching other people's stories. If they want to talk about Benin story, you can't even talk Benin story without touching Yoruba, because you get to Eweka, you get to Ewedo. What's his name? That's the fourth Oba of Benin, the ones that actually went into Benin, because Eweka was not even living in Benin. It was the fourth Oba that, had that, whatever, that eventually led to the Ekiopaga Treaty. So the point is, and which is why the Oba of Benin said what he said at his coronation, which was brilliant. He said that they should keep that story within their borders because they have no right to change another person's mind about history. So if you want to form something for yourself, form it. But don't ever go on social media or tell people that. And the greatest insult, I've calmed down about Benin history. I don't talk about it like before. The greatest insult I find in their stupidity is calling Oduduwa what they are calling him. They'll say Oromia is Omonoyan, Oduduwa is Oduduwa, and Izodua, and then somehow to even people talk about these people as though they are abstract ideas. And here's what people should mention in today. They are living descendants of Oduduwa today. Oh. They are living descendants of Oromia who are still on earth today. They are not just ideas. They were human beings. They lived. They gave birth to children. Their children gave birth to children. The lineage is still alive. Oh. So when you see people come around and say things like, oh, Odua is this, I'm like, do you know how it makes the person that comes from that line, do you know how it makes them feel? It's as if you are I'm talking about your grandfather like it did not exist. People, the lineage is alive. Oduduwa's lineage is alive. Oromio's lineage is alive. The people are alive. So people, it irks me. I'm beginning to get angry thinking about it because it's something that they just do. Odua is this. Talk about him like he's one conjured character, like he's just in one animation and just want to talk about it. No, he was a human being who lived, who had children, whose children are still alive in different parts of the world today. It's like talking about Genghis Khan. You know that Genghis Khan had children, and his children are still. That's how Oduduwa is.
Prof, Emoge, Ewedo tẹ̀sán sí yìí, kò sọ́nà àbáyọ fún wọn. Ewedo, ìlàjẹ ló gbé dàgbà. Ó dẹ̀ wà documented. Cultural dancer gan tún ni, ó ń jó pìtìpìtì cultural. Ẹ̀wìnrin dance, ibẹ̀ ló ti gbé lọ fún wọn. Wọn ò lè, kò sí bó ṣe lè sá lọ tó máa, understand, nǹkan tó ti wà nínú ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn ni. Tó bá mu kọ́ mu áìpù, kọ́ fọ́ lọ́ṣẹ, kò lè dá. Bini àwa àti wọn ṣe rí ìgbà tí Yorùbá ń dákẹ́ fún Yánmírín àti Ìbírí ó ti kọjá. Mistake táwọn bàbá wa ṣe àwa ò ní ṣe o. A máa sọ fáwọn ọmọ wa, wọ́n máa sọ fáwọn ọmọ wọn pẹ̀lú ìwé, kò ń ṣe àròsọ la máa sọ. Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa jí tó máa ní pé 18th century ló dá Ilé Ifẹ̀ lẹ̀? Bini àti àwọn kan láàrin wa dẹ̀ máa jọ jókòó ó máa sọ. Àwa máa wá dákẹ́. If that is our source, then we won't allow it to be tainted.
Sorry, where did you hear that?
Èèyàn Ọlọ́run nìyẹn ń bá wa ṣe gbàgbós. Àwọn èèyàn wà ń bíbá ìtẹ́ bá ti mọ Òpònú Yẹmí àti Adédayọ̀ Victor. Adédayọ̀ Victor yẹn ó náà mọ Ọ̀yọ́ lòun, ó ní bárùbánú, létà la ṣe mọ́ pọ́mọ Benin ni, ó gbọ́ Yorùbá pa. Wọ́n dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí distort history. Mute.
Oh, sorry. When you want to TikTok, no, share TikTok, no.
TikTok, ni battlefield wa ibi báyìí ni ibi àti orí X la a máa ń bá wọn pò. Ọlábọ́lá has been doing good job. Ó dẹ̀ ń wà pẹ̀lú wa, so a máa fún wọn lọ́rùn pa.
Ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ̀yin ẹ mọ̀, èyí tẹ́yin lè ṣe intellectual ẹ̀yin. Ọlábọ́lá náà kì í jà. Ẹ fà wá 25 to live Olùkùnmi gbogbo ẹ fi wálẹ̀ a máa bá wọn pò pa.
Ọlọ́run ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Ọlọ́run ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣe ẹ kú sẹ́lù. I mean, to be honest, it's important to me personally, I almost doubted, and this is actually quite serious for me. I just stopped talking about it because, number one, I thought I'd said what I wanted to say, and I think people got the message, especially Yoruba people. And from time to time, I will say it again, just like I did earlier today. Like, I was very brief, but another time I'll go deep into it. The reason I speak on Benin is actually very personal. When I was, I think must have been 2000 and maybe 7, 8, 9, thereabout, where their blogs, they're putting information out. I was doing this research about my family. And here's the truth. In my family, if you do my family research, you are going to connect with Benin and with Oyo. You will. There is no way you won't. So in researching that, you then get into these clowns who put out, and that time blogs were popping at the time. I was like, how is Oduduwa from Benin? Like Otonikoti, because when I was growing up, I was privileged to have, so my grandmother used to live with us, and then when she passed, my aunt lived with us. So my aunt, she's late now, very old before she passed on. May her soul rest in peace. My aunt used to tell me stories, right, of, our connections in the cities that went out of Ife, the people, the kings of Benin, Igbo, Ugbo, that we call Ugbo, not Amarabio. All those stories, I grew up listening to those things. I don't know, she just took a liking to me. She used to tell me all those things. So, as you grow up, you now want to, we don't go to school now, let us authenticate, not authenticate, to be honest, just to check other sources to be able to verify some of the things. Not to say that she was lying, but just want to have the academic background or backup for your claims. I should have read books. I was reading blogs. I was like, but this is not what I was told now. We had done a lot of work, family tree and so on and so forth. I was almost confused. And so I speak up, not to be honest, the reason I don't do kini with Benin people is that I speak up for Yoruba people to understand exactly how Benin features in our story, or how every other group, comes together. But when it comes to fighting them, I think that they've already decided to be that way. Okay? And considering that they are called Ovien, and Ovien is not a very good title. Okay? I cannot expect better than, I'm trying to be respectful. You get the point? So they are who they are. They decide what they want to be. That's okay. But your people need to know the truth about what it is. When it comes to fighting them, it's unnecessary. I think it's necessary. It is necessary, but maybe not for me. So that I can also do other things. But the people who are fighting them, they need to. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's important that some people actually, but my own goal in that thing is just to make sure that the right history is told, and that if there's anybody like me who probably happens on social media, they don't get carried away by the nonsense they were putting out. But thank God, things are changing. By the way, there's a video that somebody made. People sent me that video like last month. A lot of people. I said I didn't say it. One clown has to be a proper clown. Proper clown. I don't want to mention the person. I don't want to make fools popular. Good. I was like, so how do I respond to this one? Tẹ́pẹ́ntẹ́pọ́n ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bá ti ń wò díẹ̀ àbí tó kó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń bọ́ sí lára ni pé gìrì ló ṣì ń mu kò tí ì wọ tán kò tí ì wọ wèrè tán eléyìí ti bọ́ sọ́jà ó ti rìn òwò ọjà aṣọ bọ́mọ yẹn mọ́. I'm not going to respond to this one. So mo ra pé yàrá filẹ̀. But tó bá jẹ́ pé àwa we need to be able to have that conversation, because it's important to actually know what the story is. But let me make it very clear. There's a connection between Benin and Yoruba people, but it's not with you Benin people. Is with primarily Benin Palace and some chiefs and some parts of Benin, some people in Benin. But there are also Yoruba kingdoms in Edo State. And the Oba of Benin is not the Oba of Edo State. And those kings are not answerable to him. And even if they're answerable to him, it will be the same way, you have paramountcy. Okay? And I'll give you a very quick example. When you hear Ijebu land, there's no state called Ijebu, right? There's no state called it, but there's Ijebu land. And interestingly, Ijebu land exists both in Ogun State and in Lagos State. The capital of Ijebu land is in Ogun State. That's Ijebu-Ode. The Awujale is the paramount king of all Ijebu. So, but his paramountcy does not change the fact that the kings of those other Ijebu towns are kings. Whether it's Ijebu Igbo, Odogbolu, Epe, which that's in Lagos State. Ibejuleki is Ijebu land, by the way. Oh, because we talk. All these places are Ijebu land. But all these towns also have their own kings. But the paramount king of Ijebu land is in the capital, and the capital is Ijebu-Ode. The same thing you're going to find when you go to Ijesha land. The paramount king of Ijesha land is in Ilesha, but Ijesha is not just Ilesha. Right? Okun Ijesha land. Sorry, Ibokun, I meant to say. Ibokun is part of Ijesha land. Oshu is part of Ijesha land. All those places are Ijesha. Sorry, they are Ilesha. Sorry, they are is the capital of Ijesha land, and the Owa is. So even if you say that Adeboye of Benin is the paramount king amongst the people there, it doesn't change the fact that those towns also have kings. So you have to be inferior to think that because Awujale is Awujale, therefore there should be no other king. Or you go to Remo and I say, oh, Akarigbo is in Shagam, but you have a Peru, you have a Shara, you have a Kene, they are all Remo towns, and they all have their own kings. So when people say things like, if you are from Usen, he's not a king, he's a chief, it's disrespectful to the king of Usen, but beyond that, it shows inferiority complex on your part. Your paramountcy is not even threatened by the existence of another king in that territory because it's a kingdom that's even from your own kingdom, but they still look up to you for maybe for sovereignty or whatever. But once you begin to say that they cannot be kings, like they'll be like, who are you? So someone was writing something here. Agoye, yes. The beautiful thing about Yoruba land is that when you look at our subgroups, the subgroups have towns within the subgroups, but the subgroups also have a capital, and that capital has the paramount king of the subgroup. The example I always like, I talk about it a lot because it's fascinating. It's fascinating because the Berlin Conference could not do anything about it, right? The arbitrary drawing of whatever lines they were drawing between the, then of course you had the politicking between the English and the French. The whole thing about, Benin Republic and Nigeria. There's a particular story, there's a particular case in that space that I find very intriguing. And it's of Ketu. When we say Ketu, people think of Ketu Ikosi. Ikosi. Ketu no Ikosi no lower. Shawa ni be 7 up. Ketu.
Number 12, Ketu Kosi.
Number 12, Ketu Kosi. Ketu Ikosi. Ketu Olakpere. People think of Ketu. That's Ketu Adeboye. But there's Ketu, a subgroup of Yoruba people. The way you have Ijebu, and you have Oyo, and you have Okun, and you have Ekiti, you also have Ketu. Ketu now has towns. Some of the towns today are in Nigeria, particularly in Ogun State. Some other towns are in Benin Republic. The craziest part of the whole story is that the capital of Ketu as a subgroup is in Benin Republic. And the other is Alaketu. It's in Benin Republic.
No.
But no, Ketu Adugbo abi Ketu Ilu.
Yeah, I'm okay. Ketu Benin.
Yes, Ketu wa ni bi Epe.
Yes,
Ketu ko ambe. So, but Imeko, for instance, there are Ketu people. Imeko are for Ilu Ibitan Selema. Oshofa. It's their Ketu land. But their king, knows that the paramountcy is actually in Benin Republic. Because that's where the Alaketu seat is. Even the dividing of Nigeria, Africa, whatever, did not stop that from being real. That's how powerful ethnic identity is. All of that to say that if the king, right, looks up to you and says, okay, this is the paramount king here, that's enough. You can't tell them that they are chiefs because you have a king. Who is your king? That's when this disrespect you are looking for will now begin to come for you. Odemash. All right, let us go to the topic that Consivium brought up. What I'll do is I'll just play you videos, and then you will decide what really happened. But I'll also talk about some things. Let me bring my tab. By the way, I do this intentionally sometimes to go away from politics and discuss Yoruba, because at the end of the day, that's the primary constituency. Ogbeleyi is about our place in Nigeria, and of course, we love Nigeria. We talk about Nigeria as well, but it's important to talk about home. Yorùbá ní ilé láti kẹ́ṣọ̀ ròde, charity must begin at home. So in case you're like, but I thought you were talking politics. I talk Yoruba a lot. Having said that, let us get into this. Somebody put out a video yesterday. 2 videos actually. I'm going to play one here and play the other one later. About, the person's name is Dr. Mrs. Adeboye Ajaja. I hope I'm pronouncing the surname correctly. And he spoke on why Oriyomi lost the primary election. But that's actually quite funny to me. And not funny because I'm laughing, but funny because of what's happening in the political landscape, considering that this man, Oriyomi Hamzat, had said that, you know, he was the winner of the primary. I'm going to read something to you here. Dr. Oriyomi Hamzat has officially received his certificate of return from the national. I'm reading from someone on X. Dr. Oriyomi Hamzat has officially received his certificate of return from the National Leadership of Accord Party in Abuja. He now stands as the duly recognized Accord Party governorship candidate for the 2027 Oyo State governorship election. Now, here is the funny thing. He's holding the certificate of return. His name is there, right? And it's 26th May 2026. And there's all celebration. People say, oh yeah, he did it. Then he put out a statement 6 days ago. He says, your support has ignited a new hope. Your trust has strengthened this movement. Together, the journey to, I'll take it slowly. Your support has ignited a new, sorry. Something is pulling me to the Yoruba stuff. I'm trying to cut it off so I can concentrate on this politics thing. But we'll come back to it. I'm telling the spirits, we'll come back. I am deeply humbled. Okay, so let me start from the beginning. So this is from Oriyomi Hamzat. Your support has ignited a new hope. Your trust has strengthened. Mumbo. All right, it says here, your support has ignited a new hope. Your trust has strengthened this movement. Together, the journey to a greater Oyo has begun. I am deeply humbled by the overwhelming support shown to me following my emergence as the Accord consensus candidate for the 2027 governorship election in Oyo State. At this moment, my heart is also with the innocent children, teachers, and families affected by the tragic attack in Oyo local government. As some victims still remain in captivity, we share in the pain, grief, anxiety, and uncertainty their loved ones are going through. We continue to pray fervently and so on and so forth. So essentially, he's talking about the fact that he is the Accord consensus gubernatorial. Yesterday, another gentleman, his name is Busari Olakunle Moruf. He also got certificate of return from Accord. The difference, which I've noticed, is that his own certificate, you know what, should I show you? Let me show it to you. I'm going to show you the two certificates and then you can decide which one is which or which is which. All right, so this is his own certificate. Okay. Let me show you the one they gave Oriyomi Hamzat. This is Oriyomi Hamzat's certificate. Okay, you may not see it very closely, so let me make it bigger. See it, Abi? Good. So certificate wa ń pe certificate ránṣẹ́. Àwọn àgbà wọ́n ń pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó fi wá di wípé ẹgbẹ́ Àkọọ̀dù. Mo like Yorùbá ṣá. We can't say Accord. It has to be Àkọọ̀dù. Ẹgbẹ́ Àkọọ̀dù ti wá ní olùdíje méjì fún ipò kan, fún ipò gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Àwa ní báwo ló ṣe jẹ́. So this other man, his name is Busari Olakunle Moruf, and he's also sharing the flyer pé àwọn ti di kìíní. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn nílò láti sọ kí n tó sọ ìyàtọ̀ méjèèjì. There's a very slight difference between both certificates. I noticed that I was like, quite interesting. But I think I should have you listen to what they have in their own, what some people call parallel accord primaries in Oyo State. Please take a listen to this. Umbo. I apologize, a little technical issue. Let me just quickly sort it out. Okay, should play now. Ẹ jẹ́ pé orí àkọọ́dù rẹ̀ ká play nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lákọọ́dù báyìí o. I just spoke like an Ibadan man. That thing is in the blood, man. You can take a man out of Ibadan. You can take a man out of Ibadan, but you cannot take Ibadan out of the man. And even if you could, I don't want it taken out. It's beautiful. All right, so I think it should work now. Shengbo.
Ó jáde ń sin ó tún padà.
Ẹ má bínú. Ẹ̀yin wa ẹ má bínú. Ọ̀rọ̀ Ìbàdàn náà ni yóò sì ṣe é ṣe. I want to, I used to listen. Sometimes like this, I remember who used to hear on BCOS back in the day. Yóò ṣe é ṣe o. Wọ́n ní sọ pé yóò ṣe é ṣe, and yóò ṣe é ṣe o. Tí o bá ti ṣiṣẹ́ máa wá ọ̀nà míì fún ẹ ká wò báyìí tó bá ṣe I'll just change the style. Sorry, it's about Don Spirit. They don't want us to play this, but we shall play it. We've been playing many things all day. Kilo shares are caught by.
Jàyí náà ni Ìbàdàn ni.
And 3 local governments. Aspirants.
Okay.
For each aspirant in all the 3 local governments. Aspirant 1, Oriyomi Hamzat, scored 18,716. 18716. Aspirant Gustave Olamide scored 29,427 votes. Aspirant Fatai Oji scored 11,922. Total number of aggregated voters 60,096. Total number of aggregated voters 60,096. Total number of valid votes 60,065. Total number of invalid votes 031 31. The winner of a fourth primary election for the gubernatorial is Busari Olakunle Maruf.
So that was the video where they declared Busari as the gubernatorial candidate of a court party in Oyo State. However, there's another video, and you should listen to it. Please take a listen to this.
Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. I hereby declare and return Dr. Alhaji Hamzat Oriyomi Hamzat. Of our great party accord. Here with me. Is it accord that I mean the NC? No. And you know, accord is the winning team. Accord is number one in the ballot paper.
So that's Accord, the same Accord party, and he's now the governorship candidate. So the difference I noticed is that, and I don't know if this makes any difference for them, but I just noticed that for Busari, his certificate, there is Prince Kolade Ojo, chairman of Oyo State Accord, and then Honorable Dairo Layinka, Secretary of State Accord, Amejilo signs certificate of return on fún Busari Ojo. Sorry, Busari Olakunle Maruf. Ṣùgbọ́n ìtàn fún Oriyomi Hamzat, signature yẹn kan ló wà ńbẹ̀. Bóyá Abuja ló ti wá gbà ni, àwọn kan sọ pé Abuja ló ti gbà, kò yé mi o. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ nínú ìwé kọ́bọ̀. Nínú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹyọ, ẹ wò, tó bá ti wá sí mi lẹ́nu máa sọ, ó lè jẹ́ Òyìnbó, ó lè jẹ́ Yorùbá, ó lè jẹ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Àwọn ìbọ̀rọ̀ Ìbàdàn là ń sọ àbí.
Accord mix.
At this point, when I'm talking about for some reason, I just feel anyway. So a lot of people have said all kinds of things about this about the situation, right? One of them is Dr. Mrs. Adeboye Ajaja, and here she's talking about why Oriyomi lost primary election. So the question is, did he lose or not? But let's take a listen to the lady. There's another video I'm going to play later. Let's start with this one. Take a listen, please.
Pé ó ń kó wọn kiri ẹ̀ kò ní ìtumọ̀. Mo ti ká ẹnìkan mọ́ jẹ́ pé ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ mi ni ó ń bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ó fẹ́ wá bá mi bí wà ó ń bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ibi tó ti ń bọ̀ ó ń wọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí àkọọ́dù ni.
Ṣùgbọ́n ìbáṣepọ̀ tí pẹ̀lú Oriyomi ọmọlúwàbí ni.
Mi ò ọmọlúwàbí kankan lára ẹ̀ bó ṣe wúlò kiri mọ́ mo tẹ́ ó gbà báyìí ni bọ̀ kò ṣe dáadáa.
Kí ló ṣe fún yín?
Kò ṣe ọmọlúwàbí kankan bó ṣe wúlò kiri mọ́. Ọmọ èèyàn mi kan Kúnlé Hamzat ọmọ ẹ̀ ni mo pè é ni mo rán pé kì í ṣọmọ ẹ̀.
Ṣùgbọ́n láàrin mi àti 2027 ta ló pé kò bá jẹ́ better candidate yín àbí tó máa jẹ́ better candidate yín.
Wọ́n pè lọ́mọ àlè ni o.
Mi ò gbọ́ fídíò yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Òṣèlú ya wèrè gan o. Politics ya wèrè gan. Did you hear what I can't repeat? What?
dárúkọ bàbá ẹ̀ olóhùn kan ló.
Ẹ náà Ọlọ́run rò pọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀ ní. Àbá.
ẹ̀fẹ́ kí Ìbàdàn tẹ́lẹ̀ ni pé Ìbàdàn ó ní kí wọ́n ti ń rò wọ́n ibi olè gbé ń jàre oníwọ̀n èèyàn kan ti fẹ́ jí
èèyàn kan
ti fẹ́ jí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì àkọọ́dù
èèyàn ò túrún kankan lára Ìbàdàn ẹni tó bá wù kó bú Ìbàdàn wọ́n jàre lóru náà nìyẹn. There's another video, by the way. This one is from Honor FM. Take a listen to this. Sorry. Please. I don't know what's happening. Okay, Mombo. Mombo. There's a problem. We'll find a way around it. So this woman is talking about the same person, and for some reason the connection there is not bringing out the right sound. Ẹgbẹ́lẹ̀.
Kama mú wá fún àwọn aspirants kò jẹ́ ká dọ́dọ̀ àwọn esco mọ́ so yẹn àárín òun àtàwọn esco kò tí a gùn torí pé kò respect anybody. Èyí tó kàn mí ní pé ìgbà tó tá a dé ládẹjọ́ tí wọ́n rí pé ó ti wà bó ṣe máa ń wà pé ó ti send message sáwọn house of assembly pé àwọn report members pé wọ́n pàdé nílé wọn ilé tó fi ń rí wọn tó fi ń fọgbọ́n tàn mí yẹn ó ti actually send message sọ pé wọ́n pàdé nílé wọn. I can't do anything without my ex. So ìgbà tí wọ́n á rí ẹ̀ mọ́ á ní chairman náà wọ́n forward the kidney sí chairman wọ́n béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ why would you do that tó bá rí bó ṣe dá chairman lóhùn àbí ẹ̀kọ́ lòun ò ṣe dá so wọ́n á sẹ́ẹ̀dì sí pé this is what can't be talking.
Ẹni tó edit fídíò yẹ kán fún lẹ́gbàá ó làbúrò fi ariwo sí àgbọ̀ngàn tán sọ ṣe àgbọ̀ngàn tán sọ ṣe ń gbọ́ kí n máa play lọ.
à ń gbọ́.
alábòsí gbogbo yìí ẹ jẹ́ pé nǹkan ẹgbọ́ ìkọ́tẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ látara lọ ni ẹ ṣáà máa gbọ́ lọ. gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń ṣàbòsí Ìbàdàn Ọlọ́run adájọ́ yìí o ẹ máa gbọ́ yòókù ṣá.
tí a máa làdá mo fẹ́ ní tẹ́sí lóyún torí pé mo tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ alẹ́ ẹjọ́ yìí ló kọ́ ọmọ mi kan lábùjá tó ní pé òun á kọwọ́ sí mi lójú màá bá ìyá yẹn jà màá kọwọ́ sí lójú màá disgrace ẹ̀ màá gé léyìn jẹ́ ọmọ tó wá sọ fún wọn pé excellency wọn ní ilẹ̀ máa gbá sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá somebody explain me ó ní I know and I want you to tell her ọmọ bá sọ fún Èkìtì pé ọ̀rọ̀ ilé òun ò lè sọ fún mọ́mí o ìjà tó máa bá mi jà ni pé second day kó wá síbi wa kó wá fọ gbogbo lè bíbà ṣáwọn gangan àbí ó ráwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ àbáwọn olùgbèjà. In fact, bó ṣe ń collect voice note tó fi sọ fáwọn èèyàn kán lọ bábí jẹ́ kó náà kan wá àwọn ẹlẹ́ni tó wá lọ́ọ̀jì síbí kó disturb wọn àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ tó ń bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí ó gbá wọn létí ó gbá wọn lọ́rùn àwọn èèyàn gbá wọn lọ́rùn wọ́n ń wá sẹ́kítì mi kiri àwọn fẹ́ gọ́ọ̀nù ẹ̀dá ni níbo ni ìyá àjàjà wà ìyá àjàjà ó lè ní kankan ó ṣàtúnṣe oríṣiríṣi wọ́n rí kọ́ọ̀dù gbogbo ẹ̀ sínú cctv tó wà ní ọ̀bẹ pé wọ́n ní wọ́n bẹ̀ mí kí n má jáde pípa ṣùgbọ́n ni ó di alẹ́ ló pè pé òun gbọ́ pé àwọn kan wá sọ́wọ́ ọ́fíìsì ẹ̀ka ìwádìí òun ló ní kan wà wọ́n tí wọ́n ṣe mí lè ṣe mo ti káyà sókè bí bóyá wọ́n ṣe mí lè ṣe bóyá kìíní kan ló ń lò.
Facebook ti fi àdìsí jàre. Pọ́lẹ́sì sùn yìí ọlọ́run máa bá wọn ṣe o kí wọ́n gbé ilé ìwé ìtọ́rọ̀ lọ.
Rí nǹkan tí balance of power máa ń ṣe. Ayé ìgbà tí bàbá Adédìbú wà láyé kò ní rí báyìí.
Bàbá Adédìbú. No. It wasn't a very cool time period though.
It wasn't, but still, I understand.
Don't say still low.
Oh, you
that period was not a good. That period was not good. That period. Let me tell one funny story. One day I was traveling.
Iran.
I was traveling. I was going to Ibadan. I was not even around the West. I was going to Ibadan. Ìbọn, ìwọ road motor bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbọ́ ìbọn, pàpàpàpàpà èrò ìbọn, shooting, and our boys ọ̀kan ni àtàwọn NURTW everybody come. This was tipẹ́tipẹ́ o. Kì í ṣe. People can talk about. I mean, of course, it's not like Adeboye was totally bad or anything. There are some good sides to it, but when it comes to the violence, don't romanticize it. Mo gbọ́ yín báyìí sí mo gbọ́ yín.
Kẹ́rì ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ pé ìran ológun làwọn ará Ìbàdàn. Àwọn kan wà nílé ayé ọwọ́ líle lọ like. Tẹ́ bá lọ ń gbé Bíbélì àbí Kúránì tẹ́ lọ ń wàásù fún wọn, ọmọ líle ni wọ́n. Which brings me back to ọ̀rọ̀ Iraq tí mò ń sọ. The balance of power lé ayé yìí Saddam ó better as president ìgbà tó yọ kúrò ọmọ líle ni gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ bí pẹ́ lọ chicken of one ni tó bá jẹ́ pọ́rọ́ lórí kan tó bẹ̀rù tọmọ pé bàbá yìí ti dé pẹ̀lú wàhálà ọ máa mọ̀ pé àwọn ò ní ṣe é ní gbogbo àwọn.
So hold on, there's a mistake you are making, Shao. Accord is not Ibadan. Accord is a party in Oyo State. There are many parties in Oyo State.
Prof.
So APC ò ní wà láàyè. APM ti ṣe tiwọn, PDP ti ṣe tiwọn o. It's the same Ibadan, it's the same Oyo State. So let's also not make it look as if gbogbo party Oyo State gbogbo ti dàrú tó pé kò sí èèyàn kan kò sí bàbá Adédìbú tó rẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rí báyìí. That we're talking about accord. You know, let me tell you what's actually very concerning to me personally, and I think I should say it. What's very concerning to me is that people may not even know this. Excuse me, that one of the major backers of Accord in Oyo State, if not in Nigeria as a whole, was Oba Rashidi Ladoja. Accord is not able party. Hey, Jesus. You know what? Let Isaleko please speak. I want to respond to this person. I want to read something to you.
James Mari lájọ tara ìdá yà mọ̀ pé pátì kan níbo ní láyé wọn nísìnyí Afghan kan ni kò dẹ̀ kọjá ìlú wọn yòókù wọn máa ń fẹ́ rapala wọn. So like what I'm trying to say is this: it is good when people look up to a leader. Pátì yẹn bó ṣe wà yẹn Accord wọn ò ná lórí ló ń fa gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí. If there is like that figure, that one person they look up to, wọ́n lè má ṣe primary gan kan ní kòkè èèyàn tó máa ẹ understand nǹkan tí mò ń sọ kò dẹ̀ ní sí wàhálà ọ̀ tó bá yẹ pọ̀ lọ gan tí èsì bá jáde ọ máa gbà because ọmọ pé but ìsìnyìn ẹ̀ ń sọ nǹkan kan pé lórí kan ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan ń ṣe kíní kan nǹkan tí mò ń tà àti sọ ni ẹ pé.
No nǹkan táwọn sọ ni pé this is what is happening nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìnyí ni pé àwọn táwọn wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹni tó ń bọ̀ òun lérò lẹ́yìn àwọn làwọn lágbára yẹn o ṣùgbọ́n see let me even say what I was trying to say earlier about Rashid Ladoja. Rashid Ladoja used Accord like his primary platform for years. After his issue with PDP, he moved to Accord and he was there, and you know it was the person. I don't know what happened. I mean, even before he became I mean now he's Obasha, but even with Obagon, I think he's supporting Sharafaddin Ali in APC. So they need that. But I'm just also trying to make it very clear. It's not an Oyo thing. It's a party thing. So don't make it look like Ibadan has a problem. Ibadan is like, and I know we've been, banter a while at Taro is okay, but it's important to also set the record straight that this is a party issue, not Ibadan people issue. Because if APC was expressing the same thing and APM was expressing the same thing and PDP and everybody, then that's all I want Ibadan. But so this is not really an Ibadan thing, it's more a party thing. At this point, I think I want to bring a few more.
That Ibadan side of you is coming out. You are holding brief.
It is not about Ibadan. When what happened in Lagos happened, is it because it was Ibadan? When okay, so the Ben. Shebi lost his how much so lose the.
It's inconsequential now. It's inconsequential.
Actually, I didn't remember. He lost. By the way, if you don't know, JRV lost. Apparently, because he did not move with the Messiah to NDC, the people have dropped him. Meanwhile, Mr. Doherty, who went to NDC, I think he also lost. The PDP candidate last, that was, very loud, I actually like his consistency and his manner of getting involved in conversations, but apparently he didn't win the primary. Someone says, I heard from the video that Amzat is a consensus candidate, which means there was no election per se. It depends on who you are listening to. That's the point. On one hand, you heard the consensus thing. Another video, you hear the fact that he lost. He had 18,000 votes. Then Busari had 29,000 votes. Therefore, Busari won. We'll just see what's happening. By the way, this is not just limited to your state. To be clear, at the moment, and I want to quickly say something. At the moment, ADC has more than 2 candidates. Let me read it to you. Mumbo, I'll let you speak soon, sir. ADC has more than 2 candidates. Let me look. I need to quickly find you that thing. And let me look for something to counter you guys. ADC has Dumebi Kachiku. That's the Kachiku faction. Is a candidate, is a presidential candidate though. There is Chris Uba, is in the Nephew Bala faction, is also presidential candidate in ADC. And of course, there's Atiku Abubakar, that's David Mark faction. I just want to say, pardon, that's 3 presidential candidates in one party. PDP also has, you heard that although he has not said anything, directly, he hasn't come out to say anything. But people are saying that GJ is now going to run. Claude Jonathan is also going to be running as presidential candidate. Meanwhile, there's also Honor in the same PDP. Right? So the point is, it's not just, it's a party thing, and it's shameful. It shouldn't be happening. There should be cohesion within the parties, but it is what it is. So please, let's make it less about your state, because it's not your state matter, is an accord matter. If we put it that way, then we'll be able to have like robust conversation. And listen, since we started talking, I was like, okay, you can throw that at Ibadan. It's okay. But we also have to speak to reality. If you're having banter based on like what really happened, then I'll be like, okay. But it is not an Ibadan thing. It is a party matter. And what I just read right now happened in ADC. ADC is also not from Ibadan. It's a party issue. Okay, so let's just put that in perspective as we get into conversation. Meanwhile, we're then keep on the comment section. Show Sisha, Shentrati, Shala Abosini be any sort Shabo Mumbo. Shabo Sibi Saleko boy. About your cause of Ibadan Jegbi. Let me give you our no, actually I'm not Ibadan. I'm Ife. But let me tell you the
Ibadan keeps coming out. Let me give you that Ibadan.
I was giving Ibadan Oriki. No. I was giving Ibadan Oriki. Ibadan. Oma Jegbi. Fikaraon. Oma Jegbi Fikaraon Forimu. So, Ibadan be told it in Jarino. Why do you guys think this is an insult? If Ibadan woman kiraon bear pẹ̀lú ẹ ni now, close saying people here. King Bawo was okay. Am I sorry about the more for about the speak to the topic. Talk about what's happening to the parties.
No. Me, I just want to say something. I saw a video clip.
It's not Ibadan. Kilo day.
Ibadan, I called Ibadan. So Mori video.
It's Accord or your state.
Okay, Accord or your state, but Ibadan is the seat of power. So Ariyomi ó lose. Mori video tó sọ pé ó lose o. Tọ́níyàn win. Mo dẹ̀ rí next Mori video kẹ́mà propaganda ọ̀níyàn yẹn step down fún. Ibẹ̀ ni kíní ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Ó kọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí brew ni pé ó step down fún. Ó dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbé because he has big media power though. So and again, I understand pé ó ní media power so ó lè ṣe nǹkan kó push àjẹ́. So we don't know. A máa wo ibi tó máa já sí ṣá.
Oh, sorry. Mo ní dábàá wo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ látàárọ̀ náà àbòsí ló wà ń bẹ̀. Ìyẹ̀pẹ̀ ilé kò yí pé ẹ fẹ́ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ Ìbàdàn àbòsí náà ni. Kọ́lọ́ṣà náà ará Ìbàdàn. But on a serious note, I think our court party need to get their house in order. This is not right. You can't be having two governorship candidates for, Ninu State doesn't really make so much sense. But we'll see what they want to do about the situation and then we'll have the conversation whether that happens. Let me bring some people up. We're still talking so today we'll be talking about Adeboye's speech, Nigeria security, and the road to 2027. So this is part of the road to 2027. We're not discussing history like that today, but if we have time, I'll read some parts of the book by, I think we're going to wrap up so I can read some things from Yakubu Gowon's book. So let's have Jake's Man on Battlefield, Boss Drop, and I've not seen this person here before, Jora. But please, as soon as you get up, please mute. I'm bringing everybody up at the same time, so please mute once you get up, right? Please mute. Thank you, sir. Please mute my Battlefield. Okay, I think we're good. We have two people up now. So, Jake's Man, good evening.
Good evening, Profs. Ekalesa.
Ekale, Ekojo Meta. Sharali.
Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú. Adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run.
Ẹ má ṣe nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ní comment section, ẹ má ṣe o.
Ṣé mo kún tẹ́ bá gbélé lèmi ń dá sí?
Kí lẹ̀ ń dá sí?
Ẹ lè gbọ́rọ̀ àmọ̀lá lẹ̀ kí n máa sọ̀rọ̀ bread ohun tẹ́ bá ti gbélé lèmi ń dá sí. Ẹ̀yin ni mo ń gbọ́ tí mo fi sùn lọ. Ojú oorun ni mo ti ń gbọ́ Ìbàdàn. Kò dẹ̀ tí n bá ti ń gbọ́ Ìbàdàn báyẹn máa rẹ́rìn jìnnì àtọ́jú oorun mo ti rẹ́rìn dìde. Ẹ wá ní kí n máa sọ̀rọ̀ Ìbàdàn. Èmi á sọ̀rọ̀ Ìbàdàn.
Ìbàdàn máa jòrò sùn. Ayé à ń gbọ́.
Ẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé ìsàlẹ̀ kó tẹ̀rí yẹn ìsàlẹ̀ kí bọ̀ tẹ̀rí yẹn náà èmi mo mọ bí ṣe máa ń tírígà wọn. But mi ní tírígà wọn lénìí. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ ká rí jà ṣàìtánì tí n bá sọ lédè Yorùbá ìjà mo dálẹ̀ yẹn. So ẹ jẹ́ kí n máa sọ lọ. Ìbàdàn burú ẹ má bínú.
Mo gbọ́ sí yín.
Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣàìtánì ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ sọ lédè.
No. Even in Yoruba culture, Kamari jẹ́ iṣu. Kamari jẹ́ iṣu. Ọlọ́mọdé jẹ́ iṣu. No, kì í ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ Sátánì nínú Bible.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká move on mi wá wà lálálẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká move on mi wá wà lálálẹ̀.
Ọkọlù àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni ẹ má dá wọn lóhùn lórí
wá wà lálálẹ̀.
Ó ti lọ bá wọn yẹn lọ fi Bible ṣe competition. Àwọn àti wọn.
Wọ́n kọ́ mi lọ́gbọ́n mi rìn ká mọ́. Èmi náà máa ń wọ́ndà lórí TikTok tẹ́lẹ̀ gbà tí kọ́ mi lọ́gbọ́n mo lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn onígbàgbọ́ mo ń jà fún ọmọ Yorùbá so mo fẹ́ ká fẹnu ṣọ̀kan. Ìgbà tí mo gbọ́ gbòs láàrin àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta mo ya do on my own mo jẹ́ pé kíní kọjá agbára mi. Sá Ìbàdàn burú díẹ̀ last márùn ni wá sá ní siblings. Ìgbà tí bàbá wa ṣaláìsí mo máa fẹ́ ẹni tó fẹ́ last Ìbàdàn ni. So Ìbàdàn last born wa. In fact tó bá pè mí
báyìí.
No, mom mi fẹ́ Ìbàdàn. No, màmá tó bí mi lọ́mọ fẹ́ Ìbàdàn. So àbíkẹ́yìn wa wọ́n á bí Ìbàdàn. Tí ẹ yàtọ̀ láàrin wa. Tí ẹ yàtọ̀.
Àbúrò yìí George odidi ìlú ni.
Mi ò fi George odidi ìlú tó bá pè mí gan báyìí bí mo ti máa ń kí ni ẹ̀ máa ní Ìbàdàn. Ó náà bú sẹ́rìn. Ó ti yé wa. Tá a bá fún lówó láyé ìgbà yẹn báyìí kó lọ fún mọ́mú wa láti Èkó àbí láti Ìlọrin. Mi ní tàn yàn lọ́hùn ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì la máa sanwó yẹn. Ó lè máa dá wọn lọ́nà. Gbogbo yẹn ni máa gbà. Àìṣẹ́ tí máa rí sẹ́ńdì owó yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni. Èmi mo sọ fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìbàdàn burú díẹ̀. Ó padà yí padà ni.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the politics. let's talk about Accord Party. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ Accord ẹ fi Ìbàdàn lẹ̀?
Ṣé rí Accord yẹn, mo sorry gan máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn, we the people, we are the reflection of our leaders. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ wò ó sìn. These people are still, how do I put it now? Wọ́n ṣì wà ní level, let me say, let me put politics in level 100. They are like in level 10. Look at what they are doing. Imagine if they are in the position of authority. Everybody ṣe ń gbára wọn síwájú tán ń gbára wọn sẹ́yìn tán ń gbára àwọn náà máa condemn Tinubu náà máa condemn everybody in the seat of authority. But look at where they are. Look at what they are doing. That is to tell you, if they are up there, they will be worse than the leaders they are condemning. Gbogbo wọn sìn àti ADC ni àti Aisha Yusuf náà nítorí yẹn náà jojo kí náà ti ń pè Takasuke àbí báwo lẹ ṣáà do you say it again ní Yorùbá mo ti ń gbàgbé díẹ̀ Takasufe pẹ̀lú èjẹ ó ń jó bí ọmọ 22 years. Ó ń taka ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ó ti wò pé òun ti jẹ lọ. Ìgbà tán ṣe kíní yẹn fún àgbóhùn ẹ̀ ń ta mọ́. Wọ́n ṣe fún ọ̀bọ ilé tó lóhun alákadá ẹ̀ náà tẹnu ẹ̀ mú ṣoṣoṣoṣo mi ju àgbórúkọ kọ̀mẹ́díà yẹn tiẹ̀. Randy Peters. Òun náà jáde mo dákẹ́. But these are the same people that are condemning everybody. Can you now see that the people like Tinubu and the rest of them, Wike and the rest of them, they are angels compared to these people. They are angels. I'm sorry, by time. Because now we don't know who is who. We don't know who is the leader. This one has certificate. The other one has certificate. So we don't know where they are going. You won't find out. You won't find that among those leaders. And I always say it, we are the reflection of the people that are holding, that are in the seat of our authority. If we are there today, we'll be worse than they are. We just need to reflect on ourselves and change our behavior as Nigerians. But about so play politics, play politics, and they'll be gaslighting you, telling you, they don't even know we that are supporting. There's something we can see far beyond what they can see. We cry within ourselves. We cry at home. But I want a holy their life to play politics. Síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ àwọn náà máa sọ pé ìkan bú mi lónìí ó lé mi ò lọ́mọ mi níyàwó ni lára ọmọ òṣìta mi, and he doesn't know me. Kò mọ̀ bóyá mo lọ́mọ, kò mọ̀ bóyá mi ò lọ́mọ. They will just conclude. I'm sorry, sir. These people, they need to. I don't know where Nigeria is going. Honestly, we need to change. We need a change of mind. We need to do better than what we're doing at the moment, sir. So, those people are not there. I want to say one thing today. Anybody, I'm sorry, forgive me, but that is the fact. When you are close to those you think that they are holier than thou, they are the holy of holies. That's when you realize you are wrong. I'm not saying Oriyomi is a bad person. I'm just saying it generally. That those you see from afar off, you think that they are the best, they are the very good people, they are the holy of holies. It is when you get close to them, that is when you realize you are wrong. I don't.
Thank you very much, sir. So again, they are politicians, right? So it's a politician that will tell you, I mean, what she said about him, I think, it's quite deep, right? Essentially questioning his parentage. But again, his politics is very crazy. Meanwhile, that's why I'm very careful supporting politicians. Especially those, I mean, when it comes to insulting people, I don't follow a position to insult another person, because they might finish they might settle their wala in the next 1 hour, and then you'll be left to hang, just be left, you'll be there on your own. after putting him out in their matter. It's like the gentle, is a guy, the one that said he wanted to become, it's Adeboye. Remember that person that wanted to become House of Representative member in the North? That short guy. Turns out somebody went to who passport a jade. Turns out he's 16 years old.
Yeah. Tolong 30 something.
No, he's 16. He's 16 years old. Politics will open. Here's the thing, and I want to agree with you. When you get closer to your mentors, that's why even if you have mentors in life, you have to you back way. One more small bar níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà báwo sọ ẹgbẹ̀sán mo súnmọ́ ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà mo súnmọ́ ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀je mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà. That thing, it's very instructive. You are close, but you also know to move back, because the closer you get, it may sound like àti bá súnmọ́ ba ẹ̀ńtọ́ bá bínú sí lọ́ba máa ń pa àbí nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ arọ́ba fi lọ́ba ń pa mo súnmọ́ lọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀je mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà.
I think mo rò pé bá ṣe máa ń sọ ni pé mo súnmọ́ ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀je. I don't know if I'm correct.
Thank you. I think you are correct.
Mo súnmọ́ ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n
ẹgbẹ̀je. tó ẹni tó bá arọ́ba fi lọ́ba ń pa. The point is really about reverence, but it's not so much about pé tó bá arọ́ba fi ọba pa. For me, in this context, it's not even about Kamaraba. The real issue is really fin, because you will see them finish if you're not careful. You discover, and there's nobody here who doesn't have his own faults. You get close enough, you see some things, and like Sheikh Benore, it's like when you read this, or even if you watch the movie Bashorunga, bit more Yàwó tó tí Bashorun fẹ́ tó ti ń wẹ̀ tó pé I said you buy a law. Because they were true, they are fair. I said Dubai law, more I'm saying that to say that the closer you get to, folks you look up to, the more you discover that they are actually human. However, you also have to respect them. And I said that to say that whatever is happening between them right now is political, and they can say, oh, this is what Oriomi did as wrong and everything. If they settle now, you got everything. They will even get people to support him and vote for him. I just hope that the party itself, Accord, will do what's right. They've got to put their house in order. But again, to be honest, I wasn't even thinking that the controversy will come from his side. I was thinking controversy will come from another party. That's why last week I was saying that I know who I'll vote for in Lagos. I know who I'm supporting in Ogun State. So there's Obafemi Hamzat in Lagos, Yayi Sulumadeola in Ogun State. I know that one for sure. And of course, I know the President Tinubu. But Oyo say I don't know. I have no idea, because and autonomy everybody. Let's have my battlefield as we wrap up, and maybe we should read a bit of this before we go today.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, thank you. Politics is very enlightening and very, very interesting. Try Nigerian politics. That guy, to vote ni not the end. That's 16-year-old. The guy could actually be 31, only in 2 different dates of birth. He can't really say. Could you hear anything? I saw someone. I said, well, if you want to write your biography, don't waste your money. Join politics. they will tell you everything. And actually, they are part of your story that is not within your own reach, because you've forgotten when you were growing up to 4 years old. So that story will be with someone. It won't be with you. You can never know your full story. Some people have your story that is not within your own reach. And to be honest with you, if not for Nigerian politicians, Nigerian politicians, no matter how much you see them befriending each other, marrying each other's children. But in Nigeria, they are so refined in certain aspects, so sophisticated. They will be giving, marrying each other, children to marry, even though they are from their parties. You see Atiku's son in APC. You see this person there, honestly, we have to give credit to our own sophistication in some aspects that Nigeria is not as bad as people imagine it to be in certain way, in some aspects. We are a bit refined because if you go to other countries, you see people when there is always a demarcation when you are in a Democrat or Republic, they don't cross carpet, they don't join. They are so strict. The line is so drawn. So let's commend ourselves. Politics is all about it's about influence. It's very colorful. Nigerian politics is very colorful, and I actually appreciate that. So what is happening now is a reflection of us as a people. Okay? And at the same time, Nigeria is not as bad as we thought. All those people don't idealize politics, but now they are now seeing things differently. That will be. I saw a video where people, NDC, were actually paying people primary election, primary, yeah. Don't pay people. They're paying people for their votes during primaries alone. And these are the person who is telling everybody that is older than thou is explain. Nobody is clean in Nigerian politics. There's no way. Like I said before, I used to say actually that no money is totally clean. If someone don't steal for you, they will steal on your behalf. It's either they steal for you or steal with you. Like your tax man, he's stealing on your behalf. He's not declaring, although you're not aware. So you can never vouch that your money is totally clean. So let's just thank us that at least we are not bad each other. It's not worth it this time around, and everything is happening. And I pray that people in Oyo, that things we take shape, all those children will be returned. But one thing I want to say about that Oyo state, that's the first time I will see kidnappers directing people not to use violence against them. It's so strange. It's so strange. First time. That's why I'm actually of the opinion that those people, they may not be necessarily Fulani. They could be within our own people. So that's my own thing. I just wish and I pray that those children will return alive in earnest. Thank you.
Prof, Jomo kan ní one take tí mo kàn ń rò sí tí mo ń pọ́n down on this to be true.
Kí sáré down low, but ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn. It won't take me too long. So to be clear, the reason, in my opinion, and this is what we've also gotten from, security agencies and outfits, that what's making them say that Command Yakanyowa is because they are surrounded, not because they're not Fulani, but I don't know the ethnicity. But the reason is because they are surrounded. Some people are saying that the reason they are putting out the second video, telling people not to use force, is probably because they are already surrounded. But everything you said, I agree with you when it comes to the fact that political class, they wine and dine, and thank you very much for the gift, Bonfire. They wine and dine, together. It was David Cameron that said, if the kind of corruption in Britain, in the UK, my country, so in a way, they are there, but I hope things get better, for our nation. Let's have Isaleko.
Anyone that will pay me. So bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ, I'm pondering and I look at it this way. Anybody tó bá mọ̀ nípa Ọ̀yọ́ state politics, ẹ máa mọ̀ pé this democracy is about number, and Ìbàdàn ní power láti ṣe nǹkan púpọ̀ ní Ọ̀yọ́ state because they have 16 local government out of like the 32. So tó bá jẹ́ kó dìbò ni.
No, Ìbàdàn has 11 local governments.
Oh, but I know Ibadan has like a giant share compared to like the other ethnic group in Oyo. So I feel Oriyomi feel like being Omo Ibadan. Tóun dẹ̀ lérò, òun lè kọ̀wọ́ bẹ̀. He's new to the party, pé òun á dẹ̀ gbà. But then àwọn power tó wà níbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà, àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀, wọ́n wò pé kò lè dé. If I may guess right, ó lè jẹ́ the other man, bóyá Òkè Ògùn ló ti wá àbọ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ ní pátì ti tò nǹkan wọn lẹ̀, so ó kọ̀ dé, ó wá fẹ́ jagbà, so ó máa jà, wàhálà máa wà, which brings us to like àwọn wo la darí pátì yẹn tó jẹ́ pé ó máa lè pe ọ̀tún àtòsí tó máa lè settle amicably, because if they continue like that, at the end of the day, on fún opposition àbí bóyá APC àbí PDP ni on fáwọn ẹni free chance láti win ni, because tó bá settle lé wọn, INEC fúnra rẹ̀ lè fagilé àwọn méjèèjì gan. Àti rírí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ between Sarumi and Agbala Jobi tí Ọ̀tẹ̀dọ́lá fi win election.
So that's what I'm just thinking.
Thank you very much. So yes, Ibadan actually has 11. It has a third of the local governments. Oyo State has 33 local governments. Ibadan has 11 of the. So it's the truth. If you don't win Ibadan, you cannot become governor of Oyo State. And to be able to convince Ibadan people that you are going to have another, for instance, Okeogun they've been clamoring for years. They're going to have to do some serious politicking to be able to get somebody to become to become governor of Oyo State. So, and you're very correct. Ibadan holds the ace as far as governorship and political power is concerned in Oyo State. That's very, very true. Thank you very much for that submission. We're going to move on to the next thing right now, which is just not a review, to be honest. Just going to read portions of the book. I think someone who is Prime Cake. Let's have Prime Cake. I've not seen the person here before. Hello, Prime Cake. Good evening. Are you there?
Good evening, Prof. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. This is your first time here, right?
Yeah, coming up on the panel. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
There's a lot of noise in the background, though.
Okay. Yeah. I'm moving. I'm at the car park, but I'm moving away from the car park.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess it's better now, right?
Yes, it's better.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Oshulemi. I'm from Oshun. Okay, so
Níbo l'Ọ̀ṣun?
Orolu, Ifon Oshun.
Okay.
Yes, Ifon Oshun. So I'm just curious, seriously, because I might be a bit outer from this discussion, but it's still within this same Oyo, the incidents in Oyo. So all these oppositions, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand something seriously. They are all saying that they want to. Tinubu is not doing this. It's not doing that. It's not. We should right. We face this insecurity. We solve insecurity. But I'm trying to understand what these people are coming to do differently. Like this incidents, regarding the incidents in Oyo, did they expect or are they expecting the military to just enter the forest and start striking everyone in the forest when they are victims under captivity? I don't understand. Like, this is a strategic, it has to be strategic move. I know we Nigerians, we are always in haste, like, the thing has to be done immediately. They don't care how it has to be done, and they expect the Nigerian military or government to be coming online to start sharing informations every single days. Who does that? Which country does that? These are sensitive matters. Now, one of the captive released a video. I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, that he was crying, begging the president that he should please do what these people are asking them to do. In fact, she made emphasis on that the attack, the pressure the Nigerian military put on these people a day after that day, a day before that day, compounded issues for them. That is to tell us that the military, they are in charge, they are doing what they are supposed to do. But because of the sensitivity of this matter, they can't just go and strike. It is not possible. In the process of striking, they will end up eliminating the victims. Even the T guys, once they see that they are almost neutralized, they can just go ahead and start, shooting these people, the victims, periodically or anyhow. I mean, I'm trying to understand why we in Nigeria, why we always in haste, like the thing has to be done. I mean, just bring them back.
I think it's it's
I mean,
it's passion. It's passion.
Why?
It's passion. Hold on, please. It's passion, right? People.
Okay.
It's more. It's an emotional reaction, and one has to be careful also when trying to counter it, because, I mean, and you're very correct. If they go in gun blazing, they're going to use those children as human shields, and they might even it might even affect them, the kids and the abducted ones, more than the abductors. So it makes sense that they don't use that particular approach. But the people who are calling for that, although it's largely ignorance, but it's because of Itara, is the passion. They want to see change. But the important thing is to keep explaining to folks that, listen, it's a bad thing happening. The place is surrounded. If the place was not surrounded, you're not going to have, and it wasn't the lady that released the video. It was the kidnappers or the bandits. I don't know who they are.
I know, yeah.
Video. So if they're making that video, it shows that the government is close. I mean, the security agencies of Nigerian armed forces are close. Maybe they're getting, they're getting choked up or something, and they're noticing the movements, and they're like, that could be the reason, But we pray for the people, that God will protect them, and that our government will do what's necessary to get those people out, because it's time. It's important that is done as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for your submission, Prime Cake. I'm glad you came up. First time listening to you, but really glad you came up. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to read. Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm just going to read some of the comments on YouTube and Facebook, then we'll go to the book I mentioned earlier. And we're going to just a few minutes, and then we'll call it a day. So on YouTube here, Tokpeno, it's a lot. I'm not reading everything. Tokpeno says, wow, my part of Oriki is Omowa, child of Owa, and I'm from Ekiti. So Owa is leader or king. There are certain words that we use for kings in the Yoruba. Alepon Loba, Alepon Lowa, Alepon Wani Oshin, Alepon Wani Olofin. Olofin no Lonjala. Olofin is a title for in number of kings in the Yoruba. Olofin. Olofin is also like Allah. It's not even like his dialectal differences. Ni Olofin should Alaafin. Torí ní lédè Ifẹ̀ wọ́n á pè ní Ọ̀fin yẹn is just like Agọ̀fin that you have also in Ọ̀yọ́. So Ìpàrọ̀ jẹ́ contraction ní Ààfin. Aláàfin is Alọ́lọ́. So that's also why you hear things like Ogunlakayi Oshimole. There's a lot in some of this Oriki, Oshimole. There's a mythical part of what they're saying, but there's also I don't want to change topic. There's also a part of that Oriki that tells you about innovation, technological development, which actually has primarily to do with ironsmithing. Because, not today's topic, but I'll just quickly tell you something. So, ironsmithing is what Ogun is known for. He's known to be a technological innovator who is able to fashion tools from iron. Okay, and so they will credit him with implements and tools used with iron. And one of the most important implements that was used or that was made with iron is cutlasses, hoes, and stuff. It helps you transit from. And I'm not saying that's the first time it happened. I'm just going somewhere. It helps you transit from hunter-gatherers to farming, because now you have from using stones to now being able to use tools like implements that will make the work faster. Okay, So now you have this switch with a lot of ironsmithing and being able to fashion different kinds of tools using that. So that kind of person naturally will be credited with being able to clear the path. And you can transpose that to the myth of origin, which, to be clear, for the most part, our myths are actually a reflection of our own stories. But it's not today's topic. E.g., just very quickly, we read about Benin earlier. They had a myth about Obagodo coming from Oduduwa, receiving a shell. That is actually a reproduction of the Ife myth of Oduduwa coming from heaven or coming from the skies with Iyekpe in his akpo or in a shell. So what they have done is to transpose, number one, two things they did. Number one is the relationship between Oduduwa and Obagodo, right? Number two, the transposition of the myth of origin in Yoruba land to the Edo. And Edo have two myths of origin, but you also see the reality of those people in the myth they're using. So if you take that back to Ogun, Oshimole, Omaje Ento Lano, but that's a different conversation. But I hope you get the point. I know I did not explain deep, but I hope you get it. If not, another day we'll have that conversation. I promise. Ajibade on Facebook says I'm from Ibadan and I love the banter. Thank you. Thank you. White Okubo says Urobo and Benin they fight and Urobo they take. Sorry, I'm just seeing that comment for the first time. What shocked me back on? Only Urobo and Benin. Only Urobo and Benin they fight and Urobo they tell Benin they came from Ife and met Urobo ancestors on ground. That's not true. So a lot of jabs is not true. And I think, so here's a problem. Because they are busy fighting everybody, you can't even speak up for them. The truth is, they are not their king. They are not. The people are not of the same ethnicity as their king. Even when Obagodo got there, some people were there. It's just that, where if you were Yoruba, you conquer only. But that Urobo will tell Bini. See, let me tell you what's happening. Eh? Once you look up and you insult those that are ahead of you, the ones behind you will also start insulting you.
I have the background to that story because our on ground I'm on Koto Shele.
No, Mom. I'm not even talking TikTok. Oh. I'm talking generally. Ento Soroye doesn't even use TikTok. I'm going to get you to speak later, but the point I'm trying to make is that once you start rewriting history and insulting those who have gone ahead of you, do you know what Benin did to Yoruba people in the past? It's history. It's history. Doesn't mean that Benin will now disrespect Yoruba today. That's in the past, but on Shegbe. But you're going to say something. What up, Kilo Shele, in the background?
So there's this guy mo fẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀ set àwọn bọ̀bọ̀ tó jókòó náà ni òun máa ń wọ kóòtù báyìí ó máa ń làágùn báyìí Italy ló wà olóhùn quit iṣẹ́ òun torí history Benin ni ẹ mọ picture bóyá lingro tàbí èèyàn kan tó ti gbé àwọn òròbó láyé òvónramẹ̀ tó crucify wọn báyìí tó ń lu àwọn ìṣòbò yẹn òun ló fi ń báńtà àwọn people yẹn ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé tẹ bá tí àwọn èèyàn débì kan wọ́n máa yíjú padà for so long àwọn yẹn ò ń sọ̀rọ̀ gbà táwọn yẹn náà máa yíjú padà làwọn yẹn náà wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ àwọn nǹkan nígbà yìí náà ẹ kì í ṣara bíbà yìí ẹ lọ bá bàbá yín.
Okay. But if you are talking historically, Shao, ọmọbẹ ni wọ́n, àwọn ọba wọn ni ò ń ṣe ní òwà autochthonous, but ọba wọn ló ní connection pẹ̀lú Yorùbá. But yeah, I get that.
Because àwọn clan kan bí àwọn Adigi, àwọn Bámáwo, àwọn tó tẹ̀lé Ọ̀rànmíyàn wá tó jẹ́ pé àwọn náà ti dúró síbẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn yẹn ló ń kó papọ̀ ń sìn pé ẹ máa lọ ẹ ń ṣara wa. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn yóò dẹ̀ change orúkọ wọn, keep orúkọ wọn, wọ́n dẹ̀ ní greeting bóyá Lámògùn àbí Láwùhẹ̀ tó fi ń kíra wọn bẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn yẹn náà lọ ní ẹ máa lọ ààrẹ ní.
They'll be all right. They'll be all right. White Kubo says, if Ogedengbe and Ekiti Parapwa are taking over Benin instead of yielding to the other Benin's begging after. I was going to say that yielding is not yielding, no. Oba actually begged them and he sent them lots of gifts so that Ogedengbe would not invade Benin. He almost did, by the way. It says if Ogedengbe and the Ekiti Parapwa are taking over Benin instead of yielding to the Oba of Benin's begging after they invaded, we wouldn't be dealing with all this last day. He almost actually got in there. They had to send, I think I've done this session here before. They said, oh, need disrespect about Benin. Let's just leave Benin matter. Mr. Theophilus Yemi Remilekun says, I'm watching from Takwa, Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us from Ghana. Really appreciate it. Wadekubo says, I've encountered Victor many times on Twitter. I just show him photo of the Oba's 1937 conference with Oni of Ife in the center. It's actually very good evidence. The 1937 conference in Oyo, where all of them, were around Oni of Ife at the center. And I think, and even more interesting proof is the letter that the Oba of Benin wrote to the Oni of Ife, where I think it was Adeboye, where he said, "My dear father." I think I have the letter somewhere. My dear father. It was actually quite interesting. I read the letter some days ago. Some months ago. I was like, he's calling me dear father, the Oba of Benin. Letter. It's just quite interesting that people don't want to. It doesn't take anything from me as a Yoruba man, but it shows that they have a problem. All right. Someone said they want to get their books. Go to Redomi Books. You'll find books there. That's Stankonia. Redomi Books on Telegram. But you have to you order the books. They'll be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. All right. Let's take people down, then we can read some things from
free delivery within Southwest.
Pros.
No, I'm taking everybody down, please. I have to. We have to move on.
Ejikari and last and Saka to Bole.
No. Emma Padawa, it's already 8:32. I'm going to leave here. The device will go off soon. So, Eka saw the Enyisi. Ṣọ́rọ̀ tẹ́fẹ́ sọ ṣó ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú nǹkan tàbí kà ní.
Mi ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀, àwàdà ni.
Ok, ẹ sọ.
Ìsàlẹ̀ kó bọ̀ yìí mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ bí wọn pé ó ṣe jẹ́ pé gbàtà bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ àdúgbò wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ bí àwọn mo kò ṣáà ti ṣọmọ ọ̀tá rí ni àwọn àdúgbò ọmọọ̀tá Mùṣín Agége and ọ̀dọ̀ yín sá question.
ẹni àwọn kan bá yín jà nígbà tẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sí àwọn àtúnbà yín jà.
Ìsàlẹ̀ kó lè bá mi jà ẹ̀yin náà sá question mi fún yín fún àwọn tìbàdàn ni pé ṣé ẹ ti gbọ́rú ẹ̀rí látijọ́ tẹ.
èmi ò ń ṣọmọ Ìbàdàn.
Ok, mo kàn fẹ́ ok ará Ìbàdàn ni mo kàn fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín ni ó ní nǹkan kan tó jọ mi lójú tí mo tó wá fún Ìbàdàn.
wọ́n bí àwa sí Ìbàdàn ni.
Ok, torí mi ò gbọ́ rí Ìbàdàn mo ti rí pé for the first time láyé mi at least mi ìṣọmọdé mọ́ ń sìn àgbà náà ti ń dàgbà bọ̀ díẹ̀ àjọ ti bí mi ò rí rí kán fún yíyan níyàwó kán tó máa dọ̀dà báyà àwọn tó fún yíyan níyàwó tó ń dọ̀dà balẹ̀ níwájú ìyàwó ẹ̀ wọ́n bò lẹ́gbàá mi ì gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀rí sá.
èmi náà gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀rí.
ẹni tí ó fún yàn níyàwó ká for example 132 ọkọ ìyàwó ó 142.
ẹ wo ẹ fi Ìbàdàn lẹ lọ. ẹ fi Ìbàdàn lẹ ẹ ṣe ẹ kàsáré kàwé ẹ ṣeun. Thank you very much. I don't know why people are dumping on Ibadan, but Ibadan have been saying. But thank you very much. I mean, it's been lovely. I'm sure Ibadan people can bear it. I mean, I speak up for Ibadan every time. But I'm an Ife man. But I was born and bred in Ibadan. Ibadan le Oluyole, Ibadan Ajorosun, Ajegbo, Ibadan Ajorosun. Ọmọ Ajẹ̀gbin yó, Ajẹ̀gbin fìkàrà ń fọ́rímù. Ìyókù mi fẹ́ sọ tó bá ti ń ṣe pẹ̀lú tó lè ti ń jàre Ọlọ́run. But yeah, good conversation, right? But I want to quickly read a bit of the book that we got last week. We didn't really get into it. We'll do more of it later. But just because I promised we're going to do something today, let's quickly do it. So this is My Life of Duty and Allegiance by Yakubu Gowon. It's a very good book. You should get it if you're interested. You can check out Redomi Books on Telegram. You'll be able to order the book and it will be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. I think in recent history, it might be the most expensive autobiography written by a Nigerian. But it is what it is. Like I said the other day, when you read his biography, so his biography was written 40 years ago. Excuse me. Yeah. So his biography was written 40 years ago in 1986. The book is titled Go On, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J. Isawa Eligo. I've been, checking here and there, and I find correlation between this one and that one. And I usually say that because people say things like, oh, he waited so long to write a book. He has never written any book. How come he's just writing the book now? This is his autobiography, not his biography. In other words, this is not the first book being written about him. As a matter of fact, when you read this, how I like go, many of the things there, Nahin they talk am. You see the author's notes, you see a lot of interviews conducted, So he was very involved in that biography. So this is not the first time he's writing. It's just that nothing has come out since 1986. Well, let me not say nothing has come out. A lot of things have come out, but not as definitive as the biography by J. Isawa. No, it's Eligo. Eligo is ELAIGWU. No, Eligo. Adekomi, thank you for writing the comment section. So it's ELAIGW. Let me show you that book. This one. Can you see the name? Yeah. So that's the book. It was published in 1986, and it's a very good book as well. One of the things I've noticed is that you can find similarities between this one, the biography, and this one, the autobiography. So I always say that because people say, he didn't say anything all this while. Now waited out in 20. He's been speaking. It's just that maybe people have not been listening. Okay? Having said that, we're going to read very quickly and then we'll call it a day. So let's read something about his family background. I want to read maybe like one or two portions of the book and then we'll call it a day. So let's start from page. So Roy Kwogo, I want to read something from his background. He titled this chapter "A Goodly Heritage." All right, but I'm not going to read everything. I just read the beginning of this chapter, then I'll jump to the other part. It says, "I owe a great deal to my father, Yohanan Gowon." Johanna Gowon. By the way, Johanna is the Hausa way of saying John. As a matter of fact, it's not even Hausa, but you can say Hausa. But even amongst certain other cultures, they use Yohanan. Someone says, question for the books. Do you have total pack price for all the books? No, you choose the one you want to buy. The books are many. Just go to t.me/Redomi Books on Telegram. Redomi Books. And then there's a section on Nigerian Civil War. A section. There's autobiography section as well. I think we should add this to the autobiography section, but it's in the Nigerian War section. Yeah, there are different sections, so you just choose the books you want and then you send a message. Yeah, so yeah, Yohanan, just like Kubu is Jacob, and that's why he was called Jack. I owe a great deal to my father, Johanna Gowan, and my mother, Saraya Koyan Ni Goa, who made me understand the wonders and grace of God and the vagaries of life. My father told me never to envy any man, either for the abundance of his material possessions or for the height he ever attains. He insisted that I must appreciate myself and respect other people. He taught me to pay attention to my environment, and he taught me so many other things about human nature. Most importantly, he taught me to commit my ways unto God so I could stand firmly on my feet and continually find favor with him and with man. The spiritual lessons that I imbibed from him took me all the way from the backwaters of Garam, where I was born, through Lur and Ne Pakshin in Plateau, where I started my early life before transcending to Usasa Zaria, where I transformed from being the son of an immigrant to a son of the soil. The lessons watered my soul, kept me strong, and kept me well grounded after I attained the undreamt height of being the #1 citizen of Nigeria, Black Africa's most populous nation. So talked about his father, talked about his father's surname, and then his mother. We're going to jump those things because I want to just say something about his background here. It says, as a young boy, I believe I was well behaved, although I exhibited some degree of mischief that made my immediate elder sister, Mary, afraid to stay in the same place with me. I always scared her with a small stick that my elder brothers, Ibrahim and Peter, helped produce. We called it Jotebes in Angas, the stick for breaking shin bone. Whenever Mary came to the house from the riverside, she would ask if I were around because she knew I would wield the stick to harass her. If the answer was yes, she would either run away to seek refuge with her grandparents or quickly retrace her steps and return to wherever she was coming from. I never had such intimidating power over my much older sister, Rachel, who was made of sterner stuff. I dreaded crossing her path, for she broke no nonsense. Even in old age, she maintained her reputation as a strict disciplinarian, one that, like her mother, nobody dared to trifle with. My father's unending evangelism to different areas and communities in the North coincided with the period that the colonial administration in the North directed and desired all Christian missions in North Nigeria to discuss the sharing of spheres of influence among them all, as well as the areas of responsibilities to avoid a clash with Islam in the North. That was how in Bauchi, Plateau Province, there was a high concentration of Christian missions, where traditional religion was positioned in opposition to Christianity. The colonial administrators of the North, however, did not want the Christian missions to tamper with Islamic knowledge of the people. So all the missions were sent to the Bauchi Plateau areas. Let me just stop to quickly explain something here. It is true what he wrote here, that the colonial administrators did not want the missionaries to tamper with Islam, but there's a reason for that. The reason was political. And that's why we say, when people say things about missionary and colonialism, you have to understand that the colonialists allowed missionaries in areas where the presence of missionaries would not threaten their own hold on those spaces. So, and you see this also in the book by Awo, Path to Nigerian Freedom. Path to Nigerian Freedom, where it talked about how, he talked about how the missionaries were not allowed by the colonial authorities to go up north. And the reason is actually quite simple. You see, the north, particularly the core areas, the core Hausa areas, were on the, let me just change this so I can stop saying excuse me. 1 second, please. The device is going to go off, so I'll just switch the audio source and then we can have good conversation.
Can you hear me?
All right. So here's the thing. The Hausa areas under the influence of the Fulani, right, was managed the administration there was really cool. It helped as a matter of fact, it actually helped the British colonial government to create the indirect rule system. The indirect rule system that was created, was actually a product of what they had experimented in the northern areas, where you had the Fulani. Good to see you, Ron Kenibe. Good evening, ma'am. So where you had the northern, where you had the Fulani, so the Fulani had been able to create a system that worked. And here's the truth: one of the ways that the Fulani was able to actually exert control and do the work they did, one of the ways they were able to exert control was using religion. So to introduce Christianity into that space would upset the balance. Therefore, the colonial government did not allow missionaries to go into certain places. Even today, when you go to Plateau State, particularly Jos, all the way to Taraba, you see a high concentration of missionary activities in those areas. You know, years ago, people would say it's because of the weather. I remember someone told me this thing, I think it was about 2006 or 7, that, they move everybody they stayed in Jos because of the weather. It wasn't because of the weather. It was because they were not allowed to go further, because they didn't want to upset the balance in the Muslim areas, and that's where you had the Fulani ruling, in all those spaces. I just want to mention that, but let's get back to the book. We'll probably have another day where we really read many parts, but today just the background and also what happened when it was removed from power. Those are the things I want to talk about today. And the reason I'm reading this particular part is because he mentioned his father's unending evangelism to different areas and communities in the north. It gives you an idea why he was who he was, and why Ojukwu would say that he would not fight, that Gowon would not fight because he was a Christian. He was raised in the church, essentially, and his father was an evangelist. So it made sense. When you read the book by Nebuchadnezzar Graham Douglas, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, by the way, you can get that one free of charge on Radio Me Global, Telegram, Radio Me Global, right? It talked about how Ojukwu had told him that Gowon would not fight because he was a Christian. People took that for granted. And I think it also showed in the kind of policies that he put out in the country. He was always trying to be reconciliatory or conciliatory, right? And was also always trying to go out of his way to show love, even though there's a part of Christianity that I think Nigerians need to learn, particularly Yoruba Christians, that Christianity is not docility, right? You've got to love, but you also have to know what it means to be tough, or else we just take it for granted, which is what Nigeria is experiencing. Some of the policies that go on, instituted at the time, from the goodness of his heart, all those fine stuff, genuine love for people. Human nature is not like that. They'll use it against you. Today, I still have to debate some people saying that, Nigeria should have paid them more, especially in the East. Nigeria didn't owe anybody anything. To be fair, that particular policy was from Awo. I was one who came up with that policy of £20 just to help people. Only for their children to be shouting they should have given us more. I was like, give you more how? How much did the Union give Confederates after they lost the war in American Civil War? Give me another example in this world where the winning side was giving people money. In the world history, the losing side is always made to pay reparations. Germany paid reparations, not just about the Jews, to Europe, Jews, some European countries. You lost. They have to remind you that you lost. It's Nigeria that they're trying to do. Meanwhile, are you more Christian than those people? They're also Christians. The Brits are Christians. The Germans are Christians. They were Christians when they came up with Westphalia Treaty, talking about borders and sovereignty and creating nation states in the 17th century. That was 1648. They were Christians. Our own Christianity that just makes us feel as if, let's just be kajo, we are all together. That's not how it is. That's not how Christianity is. Constitutional Professor says the value of £20 in today's money is 750k. That's a lot of money. Free money, oh. And listen, when I speak like this, people feel like, oh, are you not compassionate? I am. I just don't like blackmail. If you cannot show gratitude, don't ask me for empathy when you're literally lying in order to blackmail me and guilt trip me into giving you what you were not even worth, because I didn't owe you that. Well, we had leaders who were I mean, we learned from history. Hindsight is 2020, apparently. So you have Awo on one hand, and then you had Gowon on the other, and both of them were trying to do the best. And here's the crazy part about Nigerian history. The villain, the one who took their money and converted it to worthless Biafran pounds, who eventually fled Nigeria. And check this, he didn't travel with Biafran pounds when he was leaving the country. When with foreign currency and Nigerian pounds. He didn't take Biafran pounds when he was leaving. That one, they call him a hero. The ones who try to help them and feed them and give them stuff they're the villains. And the rest of us should begin to say, hey, guys, I'm sorry. Somebody wrote here, did you know how much they had in that bank? In what bank? Is it government bank? What kind of stupid thing are you? I can well, because people have been very calm for days now. If you saw on Twitter, let me not bring Twitter here, please. Don't try it. Did you put your money in government bank? The government own the bank where you put your money. What kind of rubbish is this? At the answer, what kind of nonsense? What do you expect government to do? Did you save your money with Nigerian government? You save your money with banks. And those who had proof of savings got their money back. And I played a video here the other day of Johnny Nwodo, whose father got £6,000 plus interest from Barclays Bank. The government did not own any bank. You didn't give money to the government. The only government you gave money to was Biafran government. Say who owns the bank? That's a very stupid question. Oh, guys, let me talk to you. What kind of rubbish question are you asking? Who owns the bank? Who Olani? So in your head now, you think it's the federal government that owns the banks in Nigeria. The one the government owns, Central Bank of Nigeria, Ojukusi went to loot that bank and stole £2 million in Benin. Went to Calabar, went to Port Harcourt. Oh boy, this I'm going to drop this Gowon's book. Went to Port Harcourt, went to Calabar, took money in banks and post offices, stealing money all over the place. £2 million from one bank in Benin. That's the government's bank. Is it the government that owns First Bank or Barclays Bank, now Union Bank? What kind of stupid question are you guys asking? You're asking me, who owns the bank? Who loan the bank? So the government should now say, oh, how much they are going to give you the money. The £20 was to get you back on your feet. It was free money. It's called ex gratia payment. Nobody owed anybody anything. And since you are ingrate, and you never acknowledge that something good was done for you, nobody cares the tears. If you like, cry. How can a person be in that place where you cannot even say thank you? Say, oh, how about the one that collected money from you, you don't talk to him about the money he collected from you. And this is how many years after the war? 56 years. You expect that people would have studied and understood the history, but no, it's gaslighting everybody all over the place. By the way, we talked about surviving Biafra. I will have a session on it, maybe this week or next week. I've seen the Kini. Those ones who are panjing. You see, why do I talk like this? Because you cannot continue to guilt trip Nigerians. We show love, right? We show understanding, but that doesn't mean we are stupid. What do you mean, who owns the bank? Do you know this guys actually literally took their money and gave it to a person, gave it to Sylvester Udo. That's the one that was the president, governor of the Central Bank of Biafra. And Ojukwu collected the money, gave them Biafran pounds. After the war, I saw somebody send me something last week, they said they had millions of pounds. I said, what currency? Because you have to be very careful about it. The devil is in the details. I said, what currency? Thank you, Sylvester Ugo. It was the governor of Central Bank of Biafra that had two members on the board. One was a professor at University of Nsukka. He was on the war front fighting. Sylvester Ugo was the one who was the governor. He was everything while at home. This one is saying misinformation. This is a person that has never read anything in his life apart from receipt and invoices. Are you okay? What's your name? I won't mention you. Do you know who Sylvester Ugo is? Egbere. Egbere means bush baby, by the way, because you are crying like one. People suffered, and it's important to acknowledge their pain, but you can't use, oh, I suffered, therefore I can lie. And if we now say something else, that you guys are bigots. Nobody cares. Ojukwu took your parents' money. After the war, let me even finish what I was saying earlier. Somebody sent me a message that they took millions back and billions of pounds. So I said millions. I said, please, what currency? I knew it was Biafran pounds. And so I said it was Biafran pounds. And guess what? I went to check. It was Biafran pounds. So they brought Biafran pounds to Nigeria. How do you expect Nigeria to give you anything for Biafran pounds? What's the value of the money? Nothing. That's no value. It wasn't even worth the paper on which it was printed. Today, it's worth more today because now it's a collector's item. But back then, it had no worth. So you say, why did Nigeria not pay us? Why should Nigeria pay you for what? And I like America because you're always talking Senna climb. American Civil War. Somebody should tell me how much the Confederate got from the Union. Not a cent. Not a dime. All over the world. See, again, we're talking, go on. Hindsight is 2020. I'm not judging him for this, but it's a lesson we should all learn. You see, you show magnanimity, but you also show order, structure. There's nothing like no victor, no vanquished. You were vanquished, but I'm going to show you benevolence. I'm going to make sure that I'm not casting you away. I'm not saying you are bad, you are evil. You are my brother. I'm bringing you back home. But guess what? You lost that war. Never forget it in your life so that you don't try it again. Because since you didn't say they lost, now you see how people saying they want to fight. Who in his right senses will want to experience that kind of thing that happened in Biafra? It was a terrible thing. People died. And like I said, if you just look at the videos, the kwashoko, the pain. But you have young people, very stupid human beings, saying that they want to fight another war. Because they never really sat down to explain what happened, how it happened, and why it should never happen again. Everybody just say, see what they did to me, see what they did to me. Nigeria does not, see, my generation will stop this thing. Because my children cannot be doing this nonsense. My children, hopefully, my children's generation in the Igbo area will grow just like the Yoruba counterpart. They will remember their history, but they will be proud of being Nigerian. You guys are not proud of being Nigerians. You always, any news that has something to destroy that, you will hype it. Nigeria owes you. Owes you what? Nothing. May God bless everybody. Shall even thank us for the one we did. Thank us first. And like I always say, it's not just 20 pounds, or just to be clear, it wasn't just 20. All those things that you hear, we built ourselves from beginning. It's a lie. Me, I will say it with love. You may not like it, but you get it eventually. One day people will grow up. Some of you are some people are sending me messages 60-something years old, very daft. One day people will grow up. Maybe they will get to 80 before they grow up. That's okay. But they will discover that this is actually, it's labor of love. I don't hate you. 60-something, 70-something, typing rubbish. I'm like, how did you grow old? Well, fools grow old, Sha. It's amazing. Because we're wasting oxygen. But God will help all of us. Where was I? Sorry, guys. I went off because somebody was asking me stupid questions about who owns the bank. I must finish that one I was saying before I go on. It was not just 20 pounds that Nigeria gave to folks from the southeast. Meanwhile, how much did Nigeria give Akwa Ibom people? And how much did Igbo give Akwa Ibom people for killing them? And for in Cross River and in Rivers and in Bayelsa? How much did they give people in Sapele and in Uheli and in Wari in Delta State? How much did they give them in Benin for destroying the place? How much did the Igbos pay Yoruba people in Ore? Did they pay for what they bombed in Lagos? Where was I? 3.5, I will be mentioning this thing because we have to know. A lot of us don't know. I just discovered it over the weekend. Over the weekend, Yoruba people were still saying that I always said, can you come? That should have been today's topic, to be honest. I will have a session on it again. Apparently, we have to do it again. I will said, you also know, starvation is a weapon of war. I said, finish it. So I wrote it there. I said, you are naive. Meanwhile, they're always attacking your fathers. You too, as a Yoruba person, you not be like, let me also prove that I'm not my father. You are a bastard. I'm not even missing words. You are trying to prove to somebody that I'm not my father. You are a bastard. Instead of you to go and ask, what did my father actually say? What did he say right? What did he say wrong? If he's wrong, we can talk about it too. And then I can tell you, I don't agree what he did. But you have not checked what your father has said. You don't know whether they're lying or you just hear that Awo said something and you are apologizing. You are not Omoko now. Awo did not say that. Awo did not stop there. So Awo said, you know what? I'm going to come back to this book. Let's talk about this now, and then I'll call it a day. Awo said salvation is a weapon of war. Kiniko. I said, finish that. Let me read to you. I said, finish that quote. You must finish it. This thing they say to you guys is just a way to gaslight you. And the most painful part is your Bible that always apologize. Apologize for what? Respect people, love everybody, but stop being naive. I want to read something to you. I want to read from what I wrote so that it doesn't, because at this point, see, I've left the book. I was trying to explain how good Go On and Awolowo were. Then somebody came here to be asking me about which bank. The federal government have any bank in 1967 to 1970? Tell me one bank the federal government had that was commercial bank. Meanwhile, the regions had banks, right? The regions had bank. The East had CBEN, Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria. Believe it or not, both Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria and Nnamdi Azikiwe's African Continental Bank got money from the federal government for a single purpose, to disburse those money as loans to help Igbos restart their businesses. £3.5 million went to ACB alone. Another tranche went to Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria. 6 million naira was used to rebuild some parts of the place. Apart from the bulk of money, all the money that was supposed to go to the eastern region, to the East Central State, right, that they should have gotten since the war started, Awolowo put all the money together and gave it to Ukwabi Asika, who was the administrator of East Central State. When you hear Ukwabi Asika rebuilt very fast, how did he get the money? Did he fall from heaven? It was a bulk money that Awolowo put together. Apart from £990,000 on a monthly basis, 990, that's 10,000 away from £1 million on a monthly basis. That was monthly subvention of £990,000. And then you just hear this thing of see what they did. I'm like, what else? 6 million for road, 12 million naira to Nsukka. 12 million naira. So this spot, which by the way is getting a lot of money recently, and still you see what. You'll be shouting £20. £20, number one, was a gift that you should be grateful for, unless you're an ingrate. Number two, it's not even the only thing that was done. Can't people just say, you know what, maybe it wasn't perfect, and that's the truth. And what's perfect? Nothing is. So yes, I mean, could the government have done more? Yes, but they could have done more for my own area as well. So at least the one they did even acknowledge it. No, let me look for that stuff to read to you. I'm going to have changed this topic because of that person that typed. You should. Where's that thing guys type so I can quickly read it and we can go. We have a proper session on this thing. The conversation on Twitter this weekend was actually quite nice. So somebody says people who just suffered a genocide. By the way, there was no genocide. I didn't respond to that one. I guess my mind was on something else. There was no genocide in Nigeria. Now, as I'm saying this, you might feel like, why is he talking like this? Do you not have compassion? If I look to you right now and if you look at me now and you say that this cap, Filayi, is not white, does that mean you hate me? The cap is not white. Why should I be angry? You're stating the obvious. It is not white. It was not a genocide. It was a war. It was terrible. Should never have happened. People died. Lives were lost. May we never see that kind of thing again. But it was not a genocide. We've got to be very careful of the way. I see, this is how you cannot even build a nation like this. You cannot. Because as you're trying to build, someone is pulling it down because you want to make a point. The stuff that came out, I'm going to do a session on this thing, maybe on Friday or so. We're going to have a session on surviving Biafra. The video that Gordon Labi Sama's son and grandson, they did fantastic work. Like I said yesterday, the video quality, brilliant. Sound quality was top-notch. Was great. But it still went back to that, let's try and build, like, that's not how to build a country. Are we not? Look at the US, the UK, did they not fight? They fought now. Was this how they settled it? You have tough conversations, not out of hate. Not because you hate a person or you want to make a... No, that's not the point. Though. If you think I hate you, by the way, I don't care what you think, to be honest, because many people don't think straight. But it's not hate. I don't even have the time for it. But you've got to have the conversations. Not when you are tiptoeing around things, walking on eggshells. Meanwhile, you have people then... You know the one I hate most in my life is using Awolowo as... I hate that thing. Oh, God, I hate it. I don't hate a lot of things, but I hate that one. When you use Awolowo as the basis of gaslighting me, you are done for. Because I will remind you who gave birth to you, because you're not serious. Where were we? The boy said people who just suffered the genocide. I don't know if it's a boy, but it has to be a boy, Sharkos. People who just suffered the genocide have a right to be angry. If you have a right to be angry, that's okay. They literally watch their loved ones get starved to death, but they have so much hatred in their hearts. Awolowo went on record to say starvation is a legitimate war strategy. Christian in your bio, laughing my ass out. I mean, he's talking about somebody else who had quoted my video, so I had to respond to this person. So I said, you are naive. Here is the full quote, and I want to use the opportunity to talk about the full quote today, very quickly. All is fair in war, and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. And then I wrote, Papa was 100% right. You would have to be deluded to expect your enemies to feed your soldiers. Whenever you hear people say things like, I will say starvation is a weapon of war, that's not the full quote. Because the guy eventually said, I was just paraphrasing. I said, when you paraphrase like that, you are intentionally distorting the message. And it's going to lose the intended meaning. So what you're saying is different from what the person said. I always said that the weapon is a weapon of war. Finish it. That's exactly what Achebe did. In his book, There Was a Country. And there are no surprises there because Achebe was literally director of Radio Biafra. What Nnamdi Kanu did before he went to prison, Achebe did that during the war. Not only was he a Biafran propagandist, he was also director of Radio Biafra. That's why the book is Radio Biafra Collection. There's some truth in it, to be clear. By the way, you can't have propaganda without truth. You need a modicum of it, just a little bit, just enough to be believed, just enough to be credible. Then you pump it up with all kinds of falsehood to be able to make your point and drive your agenda. That's how propaganda works. You cannot have propaganda with a substance, I mean, with a bit of truth. Maybe not much of it, just a dash of it here and there, and then you spice it up with a lot of other things to be able to make a point. You make things like black and white. Awolowo said, if you read that book, you feel insulted. I felt insulted. I was not even this, I mean, I was a lot younger than this when I read the book. Let me give an example. He said, Awolowo was said to have declared that. I was like, Chief, wait, though. What do you mean Awolowo was said to have declared? Are you a child? Were you a child when he was said to have declared that thing? Tell us what he said or what he declared. Don't tell me what he said to have declared. Do you get the point? It's hiding in your face, like it's hiding in plain sight. The lies are hiding your... Awolowo was said to have declared. What do you mean? Tell me what Awolowo said. Tell me what Awolowo declared. Don't hide behind one finger saying he was said to have declared. It's in his book, which, by the way, let me not go into the other lady today. So, let me quickly explain. All is fair in war. Again, I don't know. I have to repeat this caveat as many times as possible. I may sound a bit passionate, but that's because I'm passionate about Awo. Very. My father was an Awoist. I am an Awoist. My children are Awoist. Just being clear. Okay? And I make no apologies for that. You have to be a bastard, really. I'm angry because I see this thing. I'm even seeing it right now again. You have to be a bastard to be a person who they just drop Awo and then you start shaking and say, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry for anything that Awo did. Because Awo did nothing wrong as far as this war is concerned. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but on this war matter, Baba was 100%. You can't steal Nigeria's money and expect him not to do anything. I will say, I'll go back to this. So we'll get home. We'll get to our destination before we leave here. I was said in his 1983 interview in Abeokuta that the thing that broke the straw that broke the camel's back was the change of currency. That was January 1968. Now wait till Ojukwu 8 pass with that. And that's why I always said that Ojukwu was irredeemable. He was right. How do I know? Because even about 14 years after Awo's death, Ojukwu was still lying about Awo. 2001, he was still lying. Ojukwu had said, I know I'm talking about many things, but at this point, I'm not even reading books. 1966, August 1st, Yakubu Gowon became head of state. 2nd August, the very next day, Awo was released. Right? Awo wrote about it in his book, My March Through Prison. Adventures in Power, Book 1. Ojukwu said, and you find it in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, the book is called On a Darkling Plain. Ojukwu said that Ironsi was the one who released Awolowo. This was in August of 66. That was the last thing that's one of the last things that Ironsi did before he was assassinated or before he was killed on 29th July. Ojukwu said that. Stay with me. He said Ironsi was the one who released Awo. That was in August. Again, the book On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Fast forward to Boston interview in 2001. Ojukwu said he was the one who released Awo. I'm supposed to believe that person. So is the hour I should not join you to insult my own father so that I can make you feel good. You are dumb. I'll finish this one. All is fair in war and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I did not finish what I was saying. I know I did not finish. Let me finish. What broke the camel's back was the change of currency in 1968. And what happened really was that after Ojukwu stole £2 million in Benin, they did the same thing in Kaba and in Port Harcourt. And I said, we've got to change the currency design. And they did it. They had 19-day window in January of 68. By the time the dust settled, Ojukwu had lost £30 million. You'll find this in a book called Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. Okay? They did a breakdown. The breakdown of how, They did a breakdown of, how they were trying to change money, how many suitcases they found in London airport and all over the world. At the end of the day, Ojukwu had lost £30 million. Now, waiting really cause anger with that. But here's the point. During the war, when Awolowo said all is fair in war, I'm going to continue this session. I have to. All is fair in war and starvation is one of the weapons of war. I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. I have a question for everybody in this place. Who was he talking about when he said, I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat? I don't see why we should feed our enemies fat in order for them to fight harder. Was he talking about the people or the soldiers? The devil is in the details. So if you don't mind, if your fingers are not too busy, please, who do you think he was referring to? Soldiers, thank you. Now, what happened was that Nigeria was actually sending food. Number one, Nigeria owed nobody food. It's not fair now. I mean, you are fighting me, I'm supposed to be feeding you. How now? People say, oh, even the citizens. Why should I even feed the citizens? Why should Nigeria feed Biafra? Let's just think about it for a second. You want to break out of the nation, Abi? You know the crazy part? There's a 1970 interview. I'm saying everything. I'm not reading it, but when we have the session, I promise I'm going to read everything. I like to read those accounts. So it doesn't look like I'm just making things up. There's a 1970 interview where Ojukwu told Frederick Forsyth. This was in September 1970. I have it somewhere here, but I'm going to read it out on that. When we have that session, Ojukwu said to him that there was no plan for food. Let that sink in for a second. No, you want to declare a nation. You're not thinking about how the people will eat. Do you want to be the king of the cemetery? Are you not supposed to think of how to feed people? There was no plan. He said it. I don't like reading things. I didn't prepare for this. But give me a second. I have to find this one. I love everybody, but make nobody gaslight us in this country. It's too much. I'm tired. I'm going to read to you what he said. I found it. This is from Sunday Telegraph. It wasn't September, it was October. 4th October 1970. Okay? 4th, I have to read this one so I want to make sure, it's better that way. So it doesn't look like that's a scholarly approach, I guess. Let me tell you the title. For Frederick Forsyth, Biafra, Ojukwu breaks silence. Sunday Telegraph, 4th October 1970, page 9, the Telegraph. So if you are looking for a source, that's the source of what I'm about to read. So they asked him the question, on a purely tactical level, what would you estimate were the mistakes you made? This is what he said. He said, mistakes? I made many. Thank God for the gift of hindsight. I think some of my mistakes were based on my identification of targets, political and military, both internal and external. I think these were a bit hazy, and this led to certain hesitations at crucial points. I think I declared Biafra late. Probably the best time would have been on the usurpation of power by military junta in Lagos, which makes no sense. What he's saying basically is that you should have declared Biafra as soon as the counter coup took place in July. When you had a coup in January, you were okay to be in Nigeria. As soon as the Northerners had their own coup, you should have even broken away. I won't tell you what I think. Just think about it. I think I declared Biafra late. Probably the best time would have been on the usurpation of power by the military junta in Lagos. I think I missed Lagos itself as a military objective. I underestimated the effect of foreign exchange on the conflict. I did not realize the full significance of the Suez Canal closure in 1961. Listen to this. I don't think I planned adequately against hunger. And I introduced the Biafran ideology late. He didn't plan adequately against hunger. We'll have that session some other time. But here's the point. Nigeria was sending food. They're not supposed to send the food at all, to be fair, to be clear. But you see, Ojulon Roju know we're all human beings. Let's help each other. Nigeria sent food. Biafran soldiers would waylay the trucks, divert the food to feed themselves. The soldiers ate. The Biafran radio propagandists ate. Lecturers, pharmacists, architects, everybody that was useful to Ojukwu, they ate. The people were not eating. I then went to Port Harcourt and saw what happened. And it was like, Why are we going to be feeding our enemy fatter to fight us harder? The people will suffer if we do this, but it's going to stop these soldiers because they are the ones eating the food we are even sending in the first place. Read Robert Goldstein's letter of August 1968. He was literally begging Ojukwu. He resigned in protest, begging Ojukwu to allow his people eat. Now, you think Ojukwu is your hero. It's okay. It's your right. But if that person is your hero, you don't want me to look down on the person who was actually the real hero, the person who actually helped. Somebody let people eat hungry and took pictures. He was sending pictures abroad. But that one we should all celebrate with you. People are not serious. People resigned because they were tired of begging him to allow his people to eat, which is quite weird. But they had to stop sending food at the time. And the primary reason was because the food wasn't even getting to the people. Yesterday, I was chatting with somebody was sending me, not just, was writing something in my feed on Twitter, a thread, and said the food was poisoned, so he understood why people were not eating the food. Here's the funny part. The person who told them the food was poisoned ate that food. The primary propagandist around that period is a man called Okonkon Ndem. There's another one, Uche Chukwumerije, was also one of the propagandists. He was telling them that, there's no food though. Sorry, there's food, but the food is poisoned. What kind of heart would you have to tell your people that the food that they sent to them was poisoned, meanwhile you were eating that food? But I should castigate the person who sent you the food. That's how. And if I tell you about this part of history, it's because I'm a bigot. It's because you are a maggot. Because you have to be a maggot to find a way to turn every good deed to evil. And you glorify evil. Whether through ignorance, propaganda, whatever. And when we tell you softly, we've been doing softly, it did not work. So we're going to have to do it with more love. I wept. So they stopped the food. Why? Because soldiers were using the food. Eating the food. Meanwhile, these people who are angry, their folks were I don't. This is the last thing I read, and I have to close. Let me just read this one. I want to read something from. You know what? This is going to be. We're discussing Surviving Biafra, the documentary. That's what we're going to discuss next time. You can watch it so that you can also share your thoughts when we have that conversation. So it's on YouTube, BBC Africa. Thank you very much. Doctor, thank you for the gift. Well, let me read some to you from Papa. So I should say this. Neither Awo nor Gowon was perfect. There is nothing like perfection in this conversation, just to be clear. I'm not saying that Nigeria was perfect. Nigeria did everything right. There are things that could have been done better. Okay? What we are saying is that if a people will not appreciate the people who actually went out of their way to show benevolence, to help people, then there is no way we, their children, will allow ourselves to be guilt-tripped and blackmailed into essentially offering what's ours. Because election now, they hear that, see what they did to us in the world, you must allow us. You nobody is anybody. On board. Oh, okay. Motivation material. Fantastic. I read some to you, not everything, just a bit of this interview. This was from 1983. During the presidential campaign, Papa had a meeting where he had a panel of journalists in Abeokuta where they asked him lots of questions. This particular one I want to quickly read and then we'll call it a day. The ending of the war itself, I'm accused of starving the Igbos. I did nothing of the sort. This is how all you Yoruba people that they will tell you, I will do something, you are shaking, you are selling your birthright to appease the whoever. This is how. Say, boy, did he lie? I'll tell you other books you can go and read so I can put it together. Go and read Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman, The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. So we have to all read all the other things that will make up you've discovered the truth. There is truth from the Igbos too. I'm not saying everything is a lie. It's just that it's not the only source of truth. That's one narrative. And there's validity in some of the things they said. Just like there's validity in what people from Niger Delta said. You can't tell me to listen to your tears, your cries, and to tell the people from Rivers State to shut up. Because you must be the sole victim in the narrative. It's not going to happen. You listen to the South, folks in Niger Delta, listen to people in, even in Ondo State. I saw a video yesterday, BBC went to Ore. You know the trucks they used back in 67? Sorry, yes, it was August 67. That truck is still there. I was watching that and I was feeling somehow. The man said, every time was very dark. They want to burn, the bush, in order to prepare the land for farming. That before you know it, they'll come and go because they're land mines. So they can't farm in those areas. I'm not comparing the pains that people went through. I'm just saying that everybody has their own story, and you have to take everything together. So surviving Biafra, that stuff is not complete. They have to go back. We'll talk about it next time. I have to ask other people. So let me quickly read our here. Above all, the ending of the war itself, I'm accused of starving the Igbos. I did nothing of the sort. Shortly after the liberation of these places, Calabar, Enugu, and Port Harcourt, I decided to pay a visit. There are certain things which I knew, which you don't know, which I don't want to say here now. When I write my reminiscences in the future, I will do so. Unfortunately, he died 4 years later, but we're glad he said this one. Some of the soldiers were not truthful with us. They didn't tell us correct stories and so on. I wanted to be there and see things for myself. Bear in mind that Gowon himself did not go there at that time. It was after the war was over that he donned himself up in various military dresses, Air Force dress, Army dress, and so on, and went to the war-torn areas. But I went. And some people tried to frighten me out of my goal by saying that Adeboye was my enemy and was going to see to it that I never returned from the place. So I went. But when I went, what did I see? I saw the Kwashiorkor victims. If you see a Kwashiorkor victim, you'll never like war to be waged. Terrible sight. In Enugu, in Port Harcourt, not many in Calabar, but mainly in Enugu and Port Harcourt. Then I inquired what happened to the food we are sending to the civilians. We were sending food through the Red Cross and Caritas to them. But what happened was that the vehicles carrying the food were always ambushed by the soldiers. That's what I discovered. And the food would then be taken to the soldiers to feed them. And so they were able to continue to fight. And I said that was a very dangerous policy. We did not intend the food for soldiers. But who will go behind the line to stop the soldiers from ambushing the vehicles that were carrying the food? And as long as the soldiers were fed, the war will continue. And who will continue to suffer? And those who didn't go to the place and those who didn't go to the place to see things as I did, you remember that all the big guns, all the soldiers in the Biafran army looked all well fed after the war. I put a video of this I put a clip of that in a video I made the other day. If you look at all the Biafran officers that came to Lagos to surrender to Gowon, they were all looking fresh. None of them had kwashiorkor or malnutrition. Remember that all the big guns, all the soldiers in the Biafran army looked all well fed after the war. It's only the mass of the people that suffered kwashiorkor. You will not hear of a single lawyer, a single doctor, a single architect who suffered from kwashiorkor. None of their children either. I saw because I was going to say something. Let's just read. So they waylaid the foods. They ambushed the vehicles and took the foods to their friends and to their collaborators and to their children. And the masses were suffering. So I decided to stop sending food. So I decided to stop sending the food there. In the process, the civilians will suffer, but the soldiers will suffer most. Egbolon Tobi, I am proud of Awo, very proud. You don't know how proud I am. I'm so proud you would think that he actually gave birth to me himself. I'm very proud of him. Somebody is sending you food out of his magnanimity. You're not going to carry the food and give soldiers to eat. The people at Kwashoko, food was going in, but there was Kwashoko. Food was going in, but wasn't getting to the people. You want to start a war. Are you telling me that you did not plan to feed your soldiers? Forget the civilians. Let's say that for some reason you didn't plan for them. Are you telling me you didn't plan what you're going to feed your soldiers with? So it is the food I'm sending to your people that are going. Number one, I'm not supposed to send you food though. But now the one where they send to your people out of mercy, now you can't the chop, can't the get strength to fight me again. Haba. Until we have these conversations, people will not understand. And if you think it's 8, you will grow up one day. It may take another year or 2 or 10 or 20, but whenever you grow up, you will watch this video because it will be here forever. You watch this video and then you understand, but boy, it doesn't make sense. So this guy is actually saying the truth though. I'm trying to find our anthems because the end of the cinema, I want to go home. I'm just saying, we love everybody, but all this clinical we starved. My heart goes out to those who starved. I see the pictures, terrible sight. But literally, believe this, that's exactly the goal of Ojukwu. That he wanted me to feel that way whenever I see those pictures. And he has achieved, and he is achieving that goal. And it's okay, I don't mind that he has that over me. Ojukwu has that over me. And I give him that. I don't mind. Every time I see children, with those fluffy hair and big protruding tummies and, tiny sticks for legs, it's painful. I don't mind that he has that over me. And I think you should allow it to, there's no shame in acknowledging the evil of that situation and feeling the pain of those who went through that. Whether you're Nigerian, you're Yoruba, wherever you are, you should have that milk of compassion and feel that people will go through this. But you have nothing to apologize for. That's the point. I can show compassion, but I'm not sorry in terms of apologizing because my fathers did not do anything that requires apologize. My fathers actually did more for these people than their own leaders. So what are we talking about? Greater Me says here, Bianca mentioned Kwashoko recently. They were all crying. Bianca used Kwashoko to insult somebody on Twitter. I saw it. But we're not going to talk about it. That's when you discovered that even with food, there was class. I said people had chocolates. Some people's children had chocolates, had toys during the war. And the children of those who were left to die of Kwashoko, having to eat barks and leaves and all kinds of terrible stuff, they are the ones who are now angry with the man who tried to help rather than the person who was feeding his own family and taking care of his friends while their own parents were suffering. Like, what kind of mind do people have? A is leading you. A is denying you of food, but A is feeding his family. B is trying to take care of you. B is giving you, ex gratia payment, gifts, is giving you money to build something. You now hate B for even daring to rescue you, but you call A, the one who denied you, you call that one a hero. Here's the point. I don't mind that you can call anybody your hero. You have that right. But what you will not do is to look me in the eye or look me online or anywhere. And I'm saying this because I know they are hearing, because they're always disturbing me. Or you look me in my comment section or in anywhere to say that I should apologize for what B did. B is actually your savior. Holy, holy, holy. You know the song, have you? Still be singing holy, holy. For the one who left you and ran away, came back 12 years later to a hero's welcome. But the ones who stayed to take care of you, they are the villains. By the way, you have a right to do whatever you want to do. Just as a Yoruba person, this is even primarily Yoruba, to be honest. Yoruba and Nigerians. Go on, and we got into this book by discussing his book. Again, very good book. You should get it. You can get it on Radio Me Books. This book. My Life of Duty and Allegiance. His autobiography. Very good. We will be talking about this. But on Thursday or Friday, we're going to talk about the documentary as well. Someone said, why are you talking about it now? I say, if not now, when? It's history now. If I stand here right now to talk about if I started to talk about the wars, what Igbos went through during the war, would you say I shouldn't talk about it now? You wouldn't now. You'd be like, yeah, you're highlighting it. When I talk about the wars of the people in Midwest or people in the South, like, why are you talking about it now? Here's the point. Their problems, their woes does not cancel out the woes of the Igbos. Let me just make that very clear, because the reason I don't talk about Igbo, what they're suffering, is not because they did not suffer, but it's because it has been covered, well documented, and rightly so, to be clear. You do anything, when you hear civil war, you think about that. You don't think about these other ones. So I'm talking about these other things doesn't mean that we are trying to invalidate the sufferings of the Igbo. What does Igbo suffer do? There's a book here, The Last Train. I think it's The Last Train to Biafra. I've not finished the book. I started reading it a while back. Very emotional book. I want to show you what it looks like. I think you can find it on Telegram as well. This book. Members of the Biafran child. Diliora Chukura. People suffered. Igbo suffered. Terrible things happened. And I don't talk about it not because it did not happen. I don't talk about it because a lot has been said about it. And what you should understand, if you're Igbo, is we're not saying these other things to say, oh, nothing happened to them or they were just fine. They didn't suffer. It was bad. But your story is not the only story. That's the point. As I was talking, a retard just came in and wrote rubbish in the comment section. But I'm not going to call your name because this platform is not for retards. If they put Einstein's brain in your skull, it will lose its effectiveness. It will stop working. That person typing that thing, if they carry Einstein's brain, put it in your skull, it will stop working. Everything in you contradicts wisdom. It's a shame. Middle Belt says, what's different in the new book from Biography of a Soldier Statesman? So I'm not done with the book. This is what I would say. There's a lot. So the part I focused on, I was reading what happened when he returned from the UK up until the morning of 15th of March. The things he said in this one, the biography that was published in 86, are very similar. In fact, it's the same thing as what he said in this one, in his autobiography. It's similar, very similar. I think what we have really is a retelling of this, but from his own lips, or his own fingers, since it's one type, his one writing. So we have a retelling of this in this one, and then we have more, because this was published in 86, so we have 40 more years. And then there's some really personal things he talked about. For instance, when When the coup happened in 75, his relationship with Murtala Mohammed, and also an Igbo man, he met an Igbo man in England who actually helped him, which is quite nice. I don't want to read. If I start now, the man's name was Emmanuel. I mean, there are good stories here. Let me just read that. I have to, because I already mentioned it. Let me just read that quickly. It says, we were unable to solve the challenge of where to lay our heads until Providence used my old friend, Emmanuel Oti, to come to the rescue. It was the classic case of God truly working in mysterious ways. My first meeting with Emmanuel, a young Igbo man from Arochukwu in London in 1962, was purely coincidental. I was then on a course at the Staff College, Cambly, with my senior colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Kerr Mohammed, whilst he, Emmanuel, worked with the Information Department of the Ministry of External Affairs at the Nigerian High Commission, London. We just saw ourselves as brothers from Nigeria. He and his colleagues frequently helped us out with several presentations that we needed to make at the Staff College. We subsequently developed a very strong personal relationship that extended to our families, and we sustained our friendship right until he took his last breath in London in 2013. It's quite nice. At the outset of the Nigerian crisis, he had returned to the eastern region in obedience to Ojuku's call that all listeners should head back home. But he left without his wife, Dupe, who was Yoruba from the western region. She retained his official residence in Ikoyi until some officers began to molest her because they wanted to take possession of the house. I accidentally got to know of her predicament when I overheard some of my staff discussing the matter of the forceful eviction of a certain Mrs. Oti. When I inquired further, I learned it was the same Dupe Oti, wife of my friend Emmanuel. I had known them before they got married. Dupe was our special guest during my wedding to Victoria in April 1969. I immediately gave instructions that under no circumstances must anyone move her from the house until she was reunited with her husband, no matter how near or distant into the future that might be. Otis' family remained in the house until he established himself in the UK, where his wife joined him. I mean, very, very, personal stories, and also what has happened since, the other book was published. We'll talk more about this book next time, but we'll also talk about that documentary, Surviving Biafra. But again, I may be a bit, what's the word? Tough, but it's not because of hate. It's because the lies are too many. And I'm not angry with any human being. I don't hate anybody. I hate lies. And if we don't speak up in this age of social media, of internet and AI, we're going to have only one narrative. And it's quite interesting that it was Chimamanda who talked about the narrative of a single story. Adekomi says, wow, Gowon got married during the war. Yes, it did. Yeah. He got married during the war. All right. Just made me remember what somebody said on Twitter the other day. Excuse me. Boy. Umbo. This was the other thing. People said, oh, can you believe that during the war, Yoruba people were partying? I was like, what did you expect? Because we're trying to talk about this Ojude Oba thing that happened. Why are they having party when there's a problem in Oyo? The person talking does not care about Yoruba people because that same day they celebrated NDC primaries. Just a bunch of clowns. So they said, can you believe that they were having parties in Yoruba land during the war? Should people stop living? War is not good though. War is bad though. Those who are calling for war, they should just calm down. People go on with their lives. May we not have war in this country. I want to thank you guys. I've been trying to close this session, if you notice, for some time now, but I think we've got to close. If you felt a bit off by what I said, that's good. Okay? People need to tell you the truth. But it's not because of it. Like Badger, I don't even, I'm a very calm person. But it's not good to be telling lies. All liars shall go to the lake of fire. So let's not lie, eh? Thank you very much for your understanding. And may God bless you. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And may God bless every ethnicity in this country. I have to say that because it's important. I love everyone. Igbo, Ibibio, Hausa, Fulani, all of you, God will bless you. But if you move Regbe, we shall deal with you. We shall deal with you with the truth, and the government will deal with you with the other one. All right. Someone says, all right, let's have the national. By the way, thank you very much for being part of this session. We're on 191. Someone says, may God bless you, Yoruba. Of course, God bless Yoruba. When you say, may God bless Yoruba, well done. I know what you're trying to do, but well done. Who has given gifts, hearts. I saw a number of gifts earlier. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Your support actually does help a lot. We do have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if it's time West African time. So we'll be here again tomorrow. Most likely we'll be discussing what's happening. If you notice, we've also tweaked the program a bit because we're getting very close to the election period. A lot of things are happening on a daily basis that we can't wait another day or two to now have a full session to discuss. So we're trying to make sure that we're able to discuss those things as well and to also have conversations about things like that. So we might have that kind of conversation tomorrow. Or sometimes we have replays, but a lot of times we have full sessions like this where we have video and we read. Today we didn't even read so many books, just a little. But I feel a bit somehow for people who probably, I think somebody is there just wondering like, boy, Hash, Otoro, no, we'll be fine. All of us, it is well with us in Jesus' name. Amen. If you'd like to support this live session, this live sessions, the series that we're doing, please kindly use the bank details on your screen. Your support will be highly appreciated. And so please support what we're doing. Use the bank details on the screen, and it will help a lot to help us have these sessions every day. So tomorrow, 4 p.m. if time West African time. But before we go, like we always do, we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. And may God bless everybody, sincerely. May God bless us, and don't lie again. We'll continue this Surviving Biafra. You know what they're saying about Surviving Biafra? They said Yoruba man should not have made that stuff. Major Labi is Gojan Labi Sama's son. Major Labi Sama. So he's himself and his son that made that stuff. And I don't see why they shouldn't talk about it. The Biafran story is not an Igbo story, it's a Nigerian story. Okay, everybody lost something. Okay, so apart from even losing something, it's a collective reality, right? And we'll have to learn from it. All of us. When we say things like we'll never forget, what they are saying is that they are waiting for another opportunity to come and you will still fail. I hope that's not harsh. It's the truth. You will fail. When we say we'll never forget, what we are saying is that we will never let this thing happen again. We'll never forget the suffering, the pain, the anguish across Nigeria, in different parts of the country. Yes, in Igbo land, also in Rivers area, in Bayelsa, in Port Harcourt, in Akwa Ibom. I read some of those atrocities the other day in Calabar, in Cross River, how they buried people alive and shot them. Well, they didn't bury them until they shot them. They tell them to enter the koto. Imagine you dug a pit. That's say enter the place. Enter the place. That's the face. Now shot them and then instructed their own men to cover the people Then you now told them to stand in front of the mounds. Then you now kill them in front of those mounds. That happened in Akwa Ibom area, in Akwa Ibom State today. Whether it was in Ikoropot, in Enoin, in Asang, those stories also have to be told. It's not hate. But may we never have that kind of thing again. So we never forget. We must never forget so that we don't repeat the mistakes. Not so that we can do it again. If you do anything, if you move anyhow, you see anyhow. Not from you or from Nigerian government. All them are bad. All right. Let's have the Nigerian anthem. God bless Nigeria. God bless every part of the country. Here's the Nigerian anthem. If you don't know the lyrics by now, you need to pay a fine. As a true Nigerian, you should know the lyrics by now. All right, let's have that and the Yoruba anthem as well.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wò ní wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ ọ nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere ni o nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere ìkó èkejì agara ò ní dá ogbó wa ọ lágbára ọlọ́run ọlọ́run máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ everything they hands upon will prosper. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless our nation Yoruba land, and may God bless our country Nigeria. I see some things in the comment section. But I promise we'll talk about this some other day. Somebody says here, Ojukwu rejected the land corridor for food relief, while also rejecting daytime food lifting over the air corridor. Thank you very much, Ned, for writing that on YouTube. I apologize I couldn't read everything today, but we'll do more of that later. I was going to say something. Yeah, we'll do more of that later. Maybe the other day. The reason, of course, because we're using the old airlifting things to smuggle arms and ammunition. I'll read just one more. Or then we get Erebo says, Busuyoris, I have read the book you recommended, Ojuku's Rebellion and the World's Opinion by Alabo Nebogram Douglas. The atrocities committed by Igbos is similar to what Hitler did to the Jews. It's just that most people didn't document it, and the federal government is keeping quiet and allowing them run wide. If you read the book, you will see that the January 15 coup was purely Igbo coup because they've been planning secession since 1962, when the first oil was lifted from Port Harcourt. To tell you the truth, Ojukwu destroyed Nigeria, and many Igbos are unknowingly victims. I have many Igbo friends, which restricts me from really making generalization about the behavior of Igbos. I'll say something before we go, and it's important. They are very good Igbo people, and they are not few. Because it's important to mention these things. There are many good Igbo people. See, there are good people in every ethnicity. There are bad people everywhere. The conversation is not about good people or bad people. It's about the culture. There's a culture of victimhood. But there are good people. Absolutely. Have I met good people? Absolutely. I meet good Igbo people every day. There's a project I'm working on that requires me to meet Igbo people on a daily basis. And I do. And we have conversations. And this is not about, that thing of I have black friends. That's not the point. I'm not even trying to, excuse me. It's not about whether you have good friends. No, I do have contact with very good people. So this is not, excuse me, please. This is not a matter of, bad people. There are good people everywhere. It's just that culture that celebrates victimhood, that blackmails others, is something that is deeply entrenched in the mindset of the people. And it's even before the war. We have records going back all the way to the 1940s. So that's what this is about. It's not about, they are good people. That's why I say you can't have this conversation with hate. Because if you do, the information itself can make you curse people out. So by the time you add hate to it, you just be insulting everybody. So there's no need for that, and we don't hate anybody. But thank you for raising that. It's important to also make that very clear. There are good people everywhere. There are many good people. There are many. But that doesn't mean that we should not talk. Meanwhile, the ones are always saying, but they are good ones. They're actually very quiet. On sorrow. They rarely correct the bad ones. Rarely do so. I don't know whether there's a pact somewhere there, but everybody will be all right. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a lovely, lovely evening. And for those who want to come up on TikTok, we brought people up earlier. I apologize. We have to run now because it's almost 10. But thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate you. We'll meet again tomorrow, and we'll have more people, share their thoughts. Odaro, Eshel.